Can you hear me? Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome to the formal Planning Commission hearing for October 11th, 2023. My name is George Alcaraz. I'm the chairman for the Planning Commission. I welcome you here today. And right now we're going to get started with the prayer by Ms. Byler, followed by the pledge by Mr. Horsley. If you can please stand.
In this day and this hour, please grant us peace and calmness and respect for our fellow man. Throughout the world, there is so much trouble. In each one of us, please grant us open minds and open hearts, and help us to look to heaven for guidance today and always. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. Now I'd like to start with our city attorney. If she can introduce herself, the commissioners down the line, just so everyone in here can know who you are. Thank you. Ms. Wilson?
Thank you. I'm Kay Wilson. I'm the Deputy City Attorney for Land Use, and I represent the Planning Commission.
Hi, I'm Mike Anderson. I represent District 3, which pertains in Kempsville.
Good afternoon. I'm Naomi Estaris. I'm a representative for District 1. I'm a resident of Kempsville.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Michael Clemens, and I represent District 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is John Costin, and I represent District 9.
I'm Don Horsley, and I'm an at-large representative on council, on the commission.
Thank you. I'm George Alcaraz, representing District 5.
Good afternoon. My name is Holly Cuellar, and I represent District 8.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Hippen. I represent District 7.
Hi, I'm Catherine Byler, District 4, which is the Greater Town Center area.
Brian Plumley, representing District 6.
William Parks, representing District 10.
Caitlin Alcock, Planning Administrator for the Planning Department. Clerking to my left, we have Madison Eichels and Claudia Wadziak. With city staff, we have Planning Director Kathy Warren, Deputy Director Carrie Buchholt. With our Planning Administration team, we have Wadow, Marshall Coleman, and Elizabeth Nowak. We have our Interim Zoning Administrator Brandon Hackney, Pam Witham, and Garrick Hannigan with our zoning group. And I believe our City Traffic Engineer Rick Lohman is in the audience somewhere.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If you can read the rules, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Virginia Beach Planning Commission takes pride in being fair and courteous to all parties in attendance. It is important that all involved understand how the commission normally conducts its meetings. It is equally important that everyone treat each other and the members of the commission with respect and civility. We request that cell phones be put on silent during this meeting. This is an abbreviated explanation of the rules. The complete set of rules is located in the front of the Planning Commission agenda. Following is the order of business for this public hearing, withdrawals and deferrals. The chairman will ask if there are any requests to withdraw or defer an item on the agenda. Consideration of these requests will be made first. The consent agenda. The second order of business is the consideration of the consent agenda, which are those items that the Planning Commission believe are unopposed and which have favorable staff recommendation. The regular agenda. The commission will then proceed with the remaining items on the agenda. When an agenda item has been called, we will recognize the applicant or the representative first. Following the applicant or the representative, in-person speakers will be called next, and then speakers participating via WebEx. Speakers in support or opposition of an agenda item will have 3 minutes to speak, unless they are solely representing a large group, such as a civic league or homeowners association, in which case they will have 10 minutes. If a speaker does not respond or if a technical issue occurs which renders the comments unintelligible, we will move to the next speaker or the next item on the agenda. Please note that the actions taken today by the commission are in the form of a recommendation to the Virginia Beach City Council. The final decision to approve or disapprove an application will be made by the City Council. The commission thanks you for your attendance, and we hope that your experience here today leaves you feeling that you have been heard and treated fairly. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, the first order of business is, are there any withdrawals here today? All right, there are none. Are there any deferrals here today? Please come forward. Okay, Mr. Badon?
Mr. Chairman, for the record, Eddie Burdon, Virginia Beach attorney representing APV, Virginia Beach Energy LLC, and Sykes Real Estate Properties LLC, requesting an indefinite deferral on this application. And we do expect, after the opportunity has been given for people to see one of these facilities, to be back on your December agenda.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any objections for this deferral? All right, I understand we have one or two speakers that'd like to come up, and is it two? Can you call them, please?
We have 7 now. First is Tammy Mullins Rice, followed by Rosa Gordon.
It's rushing to get here.
So are you representing the Civic League?
Yes, I'm the president of the Civic League.
You have
Thank you.
10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just a second, catch my breath.
Sure.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know they're asking for indefinite deferral. This is the third time that they're asking for a deferral. So I just want to talk a little bit about our historic community. Why us? Why is it being put there? Why are we being targeted? We have met with this company several times over the past year and a half, most recently in September under the Miles Agency. We have told them multiple times this is not something we want in our community. We have residents that live on Beautiful Street who are 5 generations into their home. I ask you, do any of you live in a home that's 5 generations back? This is my point. Our historic community is older than the city of Virginia Beach, 200 plus years older than the city. We have fought hard for the little mile and a half that we have left of our community, and we want to keep it that way. It's a safety issue. It's an environmental issue. We want justice, equity for our community. Why, again, are we being targeted? Because we're vulnerable? Because people think we're not going to fight back? Well, I can tell you, you're wrong. We're going to fight back. I know there's a number of people in here that's from SeaTac, some of them residents on Beautiful Street. And we have just had enough. We don't want an indefinite deferral. We want you to vote on this issue, send it to City Council so we can close it once and for all. We don't want to be a case study. We don't want 20, 30 years from now, we're talking about an unfortunate accident or an environmental issue that we weren't aware that was going to happen. We don't want a Camp Lejeune. We want this community to be for our prosperity, a right that we were guaranteed under the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. Why can't we have that same kind of right? We've given this company options of other locations within Virginia Beach that they could go, not into another residential community, because we don't want other people to have to deal with what we don't want. We've given them ideas. We talked about the old Lillian Vernon factory in Lynn Haven on the Industrial Park. We talked about the land around Oceana because we met with the commanders of Oceana years ago and they told us that they were looking for companies to work with on the perimeter of the base. Why isn't that an option? Why are we pushing people towards SeaTac? We found an article from 2018 that said this city was strategically targeting SeaTac and Burton Station because of the poverty issue. We're homeowners. When do you put poverty and home ownership in the same sentence? We're tired of being overlooked. We're tired of the inequities. We're going to continue to fight for this. I know I'm passionate about it. I'm so sorry, but this is an important issue. They said they want to defer because they need to check to see the effects on residents. There were 2 fires this summer in New York. They weren't in residential neighborhoods, but guess what? They affected the neighborhoods closest to them because of the air quality. So imagine what that's going to do to someone whose backyard is 100 yards from where they want to put this storage unit. 100 yards. Does any of you want a lithium battery storage pack, storage unit 100 yards from your backyard? And then can I remind you, we can't even take a lithium battery on an airplane. I'm just saying. So why then would we want that in our neighborhood? We don't want to find out about, and also, we've been told multiple times that there's marshland back there, that we can't build back there. We can't extend our rec center because of the marshland. So then what happens that it gets seeped into the water system? Do we have a Camp Lejeune? Do we find out about that 10, 15 years later? We are one of the oldest African-American communities in the country. We're proud of that. Just like you're VB proud, we're CTEC proud. And we're asking for equity for our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And again, I apologize for being late.
All right. Next speaker.
Rosa Gordon, followed by Donnie Gregory.
Hello, if you can state your name.
The name is Rosa. I'm going by my family name, Rosa Gregory Gordon.
Ms. Gregory, okay, you have 3 minutes.
And good afternoon to everybody on the council and to everybody that's here. I am speaking also, I'm part of the CTAC Civic League, and also, if you look at City Council, if you would look at the majority of the people, the Black people that are here, those are, I don't have no problem telling my age. Those of us who are 65 years old, I'm 75, and older, we are the living Black history of Virginia Beach, which used to be called Princess Anne County. When I'm speaking to you, number one, as a concerned citizen. I'm speaking to you as a history teacher who used to teach at Plaza Middle School, which that land used to be owned by descendants of former slaves. And I thank God about our history, and what I'm concerned about is this beautiful street. The reason why I'm concerned about it is because, and I left it over there. I'm concerned about it because back there on Beautiful Street, there is, okay, this land was prayed for, okay? This land was prayed for back in the day, during the 50s, when Elder Jerome Spence was pastor of St. Stephen Church of God in Christ, which is on Bird Neck Road and then / Beautiful Street. And that man, he prayed and he said, Lord, I want my people to have a home to live in, and I also want them to have a place to bury their loved ones. So the original owners of the homes on Beautiful Street used to be members of St. Stephen Church of God in Christ. And the stipulation was that those people, they will have at least 4 plots to bury their loved ones. Now, when I was a little girl, which was a long time ago, when I was a little girl, back in the time when there was segregation, the original Virginia Beach Hospital, which was on 25th and Arctic Avenue, it was a 2-story, well, you would say 2-story now, but it was a 2-story, and the bottom part with the basement, that's where the colored people lived. This is the history part of me, stayed. My brother, Michael, 3 years old, as a result of being sick, and he became ill, and he died in that hospital. I was with him. I was about 9 years old, and his last words to me were, sis, I want to go home. And I looked at him and I said, Michael, you can't go home because the doctor has not come. And when I left, within an hour, my brother was dead. And inside of that time period, my brother is buried back there on Beautiful Street at St. Rest. I don't want that battery storage company to build a business back there because it'd be disturbing the brother's grave. Not only is my brother buried back there, 3 years old, but another brother, 13 years old, is buried back there. My mom is buried back there. And a whole lot of people that used to belong to St. Stephen Church and in the black neighborhood, we didn't have a graveyard like they had Woodlawn and stuff like that. We had to have our own, like our fire department and like our high school. This is the history part of me coming out.
I know,
But I know I got some more minutes, a few more seconds, okay?
Few more seconds.
But my thing is, don't put the battery storage place back there because our people are buried back there and that land was prayed for. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Donnie Gregory, followed by Carol Lee.
Good afternoon. My name is Donnie Gregory.
Can you get to the mic?
My name is Donnie Gregory. Good afternoon. I'm a lifelong resident of SeaTac. I believe this is my first time being in front of this board, but I have been before the city council, and my representative is Mr. Remick, who is in Region 6. And this is my first time meeting this gentleman. I'm going to play this tape to preface what I want to say.
This morning, I consider it a joy and really a special privilege to rise today to honor the 200-plus anniversary of the SeaTac community, the oldest African-American community in the United States. The community, named for the sea attack of the coast by the British Navy, is a stalwart in Hampton Roads, steadfastly protecting civil rights and promoting the African-American community. Throughout its proud history, the SeaTac community has stood for doing what is right in the face of adversity. Going back to the early 1800s, SeaTac fishermen braved the rough waters of the Atlantic to save the passengers of a ship that had wrecked off the coast. The men of SeaTac have fought in every major American war, including serving as air raid wardens in World War II to protect the citizens of Virginia Beach from potential air strikes. And when the SeaTac community needed a fire department, the SeaTac veterans from World War II came together to build the first fire department owned and operated by African Americans. Even in its early days, Mr. Speaker, SeaTac has shown a commitment to educating its youth. In 1908, SeaTac parents formed their first school at Mount Olive Baptist Church, and a few years later formed the SeaTac Public School League. Later, the community provided the land for the SeaTac Elementary School. And today, SeaTac continues its commitment to education by providing funding for college students. Mr. Speaker, I am truly honored to represent this amazing community within my district. Their continuous hard work to promote education, civil rights, and a safe Hampton Roads community are nothing short of admirable. In October 2011 and October 2012, the community celebrated 200-plus years of being a vibrant, active, engaged, and historical community. And thanks to the contributions of the community historian, who I've gotten to know and I greatly respect, Sadie Shaw, she's really just the preeminent holder of all the history of the wonderful community. Because of her and so many others, the legacy of the historical community of SeaTac will continue to be perpetuated for generations to come. So I congratulate them as the legacy continues. And we just ask that God would continue to bless that wonderful community and this wonderful country that we're privileged to live in. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We don't want that plant in the community.
Thank you.
Carol Lee, followed by Tiara Norton.
Hi, if you can just state your name in the mic.
Okay. My name is Carol Lee. I've lived on Beautiful Street for the last 15 years of my life. It's the longest I've lived anywhere. It's my home, and my neighbors have become my family. I'm opposed to the APV Battery Containment Center back there. Not opposed to APV or the battery factory or the Battery Containment Center. I'm opposed to the site. They're destroying a green space that's right behind my house to put green energy. It doesn't make sense to me. Why are you destroying green space for green energy? There are several other options of the site. that we have offered them where they can build it. That's already cleared, it's on the power grid, it's along power lines, those things that they have the options to do. We were told that there is little to no risk of fires for these containment centers. There's been proof that there are fires. They're saying there are new inert gases that they use to contain the fires so they don't burn. How do they know they work? What if this fire happens, it burns so hot, the chemicals burn where the fire department can't even put them out. They have to just let them burn behind our houses, destroying even more space, houses that people live in, and chemicals that get into the air. Can the fire department, how does the fire department feel about having this in the area? How are they going to deal with it? How are the hospitals going to deal with the fallout of chemicals being in the air for people to breathe in? The beach, we're 2 miles away from the ocean front. How are they going to deal with that fallout of this happening if something were to happen and the inert gases were unable to put out the fire? So that's where I am, is it's right behind my house. I know we can't live our lives on what ifs, but what if it were right behind your house? Would you want it there?
Thank you.
Tiara Norton, followed by Andrew Jackson.
You can just state your name, please.
Hello and good afternoon. I'm Tiara Norton, and I am one of the younger residents that live in SeaTac and on Beautiful Street. It's myself, my family, and of course, a room full of us that are here. My home, I live in the same home that I ran around in as a little girl, my great-grandmother's house. The house that sits directly in front of me is the house that my great-grandmother ran around in. My neighbor, that was once my uncle and my aunt's house. And with this lithium battery storage plant, they're gonna put it at the back of our street. As stated earlier, this is a street, a community that is a little over a mile. We have 2 elementary schools, 4 churches, tons of family, a SPCA center, tons of kids all running around. You ever picked up your cell phone, your iPhone, and the phone was hot for no reason? This is what these batteries do. They go into these unstoppable heating up phases where when they're constantly heating up, they can explode. They can cause fires, and they release toxic gases. All of this is, again, being discussed to be built within a thriving, growing, culturally diverse community. Again, we have schools, churches, lots of senior citizens. And this isn't just some community where we're all strangers. SeaTac is an area where you will walk down the street and a complete stranger will wave to you. Hello, good morning. So this is a community that's dear to us. And as stated earlier, would you want this in your backyard? Do you want to walk outside of your homes and you see gas and fog? Do you want to stop your children from playing outside due to a lithium battery storage plant in your backyard? I don't think anyone in this room would want that. No one would want to raise their kids in an environment like that. And we're not even going to get into how it brings the value of our homes down. As stated earlier, this is no community that we just live in. We care about this. This community, the street, my home is older than me. As stated, it's older than them. I mean, literally born and raised here, still live in the same community. This is just something that we are totally against. It's dangerous. And for us, it tells us the audacity for them to come into the community, see all that we have to offer in our community, our schools, children's, businesses, small businesses, and still consider this is the place to put it. It's the audacity and it's the lack of consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any more speakers?
Andrew Jackson, followed by Ben Thompson.
Sir, if you can just state your name for the record.
My name is Andrew Jackson.
Thank you.
Not the other one, this one. I'm angry. I don't live in SeaTac. It's one of the community civic leagues that I belong to in this city. I'm what most people would call a community advocate. I've seen the neighborhoods that were here. If I look around this room, I'm probably the oldest person in here, 85. There's not many in here above 85. I just look good. But I've been here long enough to see the destruction of certain neighborhoods. I've seen the growth and the loss of neighborhoods in this community, all of which happen to look similar to me. SeaTac is one of the last ones standing. Burton Station just went a while back. Most people in here, if I asked them something about where a particular community is, they couldn't tell you. I first came to this neighborhood, this city, in the U.S. Navy, young guy, 1975. Mr. Brumley, I'll ask you a question. Have you ever been to SeaTac's Civic League meeting? I have not. You do represent SeaTac, correct? That was just a question, not to embarrass you, but to make a point. Some of our neighborhoods in this city have done a lot of things in this city. They've been here for a while. They've been here when the city needed them. We don't want that city, that community, myself and a whole lot of other folks, we've seen the loss of neighborhoods of people that look like us. Enough. If I ask all of you, most of you probably don't know where a neighborhood is called Queen City. Most of you don't even know where that neighborhood exists. There's history to be lost here or destroyed here by something in the air, fumes and gases. Let's not have that. We don't want a deferral. We want it off the books. Now.
Thank you.
Ben Thompson, followed by our last speaker, Myra Payne.
Sir, if you can state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Ben Tyrone Thompson.
Thank you.
I am a member of the SeaTac Community Civic League. I am a board member and the treasurer of the SeaTac Community Civic League. I am a lifelong member of the SeaTac area. That sign up there says deferral request, conditional use permit. The SeaTac community says no, period. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers?
Myra Payne is our last speaker.
You could just state your name for the record. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Myra Payne. I'm running for Senate in the 19th District. These are my people. I live where you see Beautiful Street, then it connects across Burneck to Hughes. I live on Hughes. And the reason that I am running for the state Senate is because people are treated this way in Virginia Beach. And I don't think this should happen. So we're saying no, no, no. We don't want it. No, no, no. And I'm not sure what people don't understand, that no is actually a complete sentence. We don't want it. It's down the street from my house. And I thought moving to Virginia Beach was going to be wonderful and exciting because I'm 1 mile from the boardwalk and it's wonderful and I love it. But this is unnecessary. I moved to SeaTac because of those people. I love them, and they welcomed me, and they have, it's my family. This is my family, and I live there now, and I don't want this to happen. And so that's why I'm going to the state Senate, because these people have not been represented like they should have been. And so I plan to do something for them. And I'm standing up now, and I'm going to keep standing up, and I'm going to keep coming, and I'm going to keep saying no. And whatever they need, I'm going to work for it, because I'm their representative. I'm a community activist, and I'm going to be elected to state senate.
Thank you. Next speaker.
That's it.
Is that it?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. All right, so we'll close it here. And right now, in front of us, we have a indefinite deferral for the applicant. We've heard from the neighbors. And right now, I'm going to ask the commissioners if there's a motion. Mr. Plumley.
Yeah, I'd like to address the folks that have come here, and I thank them for coming. What you're saying means a lot to me. It's not falling on deaf ears at all. A lot of personal information. You don't know me or my background. I will tell you, I grew up in a small town called Pittsburgh, Kansas. I lived in a little community as part of Pittsburgh, Kansas, that was where everybody who was a Lebanese immigrant lived. Okay, my grandmother was a Lebanese immigrant, came there, and that's where my family was. A lot of that place is gone. I would tell you it is machine shops and cement plants and all kinds of industrial uses there. It used to be a thriving immigrant community. That's a personal fact about me, but my personal life is only part of what this obligation is. I felt and I advised the folks to put the application up. This is the first time it's been on my plate. It's the first time I've gotten to know this data. I've been down to Beautiful Street. I've talked to people on Beautiful Street. I know the opposition. But I think these facilities are going to be going all over Virginia Beach or this area. And I wanted to know about them. And I said, defer this so I could go to one of these places and see it for myself. I specifically asked for that. I'm not going to not share that with you. I shared it in the informal. I'll say it out here. I was the one that brought that up because I wanted to learn about it, not because I wanted to offend any of y'all or anyone here or the history of SeaTac. But I want to know about these places. That parcel has already been zoned industrial. It's there. I had nothing to do with that. This panel had nothing to do with that. It could be a use that's far more intense and problematic, but I don't know. I've read about these facilities in the short span of time I've been given, but I want to learn more and I want to know more. And I want to come to a SeaTac Civic League meeting and I want to know more about it. So I don't think the deferral, from my perspective and wanting to know more about this project, is a problem. For that reason, I moved to defer it indefinitely.
All right, I have a motion to defer. I need a second.
Second.
Second by Ms. Cuellar.
The vote is now open. Mrs. Asterios? Oh, thank you. By a vote of 11-0, item has been recommended for indefinite deferral.
All right, thank you for coming. All right, are there any more deferrals? None at this time. I'm going to pass it on to the Vice Chair for consent agenda.
Good afternoon. The first item on our consent agenda is item number 1, the Whitney W. Elliott, Matthew McCall, and Robin McCall. The applicant, representative of Mr. Burdon.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I represent the applicants on item number 1, and all the 4 conditions as recommended by staff are acceptable to the applicants.
Thank you, Mr. Burdon. Is there any opposition to this item? Seeing none, would ask Mr. Plumley if he would read this item into the record.
Yes, this is a request to close a small parcel, an old street between these two residential properties. Both sides of the alleyway have made this request. There's been no objection, and the commission deemed it appropriate for consent.
Thank you, Mr. Plumley. Next item is item number 6, Bonnie Bright Sand Company for Bar Pit expansion. Representative.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. My name is Harold Jones. I'm with Sigma Environmental, and I represent the Bonnie Bright sand mine application today. We have worked with staff. There was a couple of existing modifications to existing conditions on the operation of the mine that accompanied this modification, four conditions, and they are totally acceptable to us. And we have, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Is there any opposition to this? Hearing none, we've asked Mr. Clements if he would read this into the record.
Thank you very much. The applicant is requesting a modification of conditions to the existing conditional use permit to expand the existing borrow pit by 13.9 acres on this property zoned AG1 and AG2 agricultural district. The applicant proposes to use the materials that are mined to provide private, commercial, and government entities with fill sand, masonry sand, clay, and filled dirt. Sand excavation operation has been going on this property since the 1970s. In 1989, the City Council approved a conditional use permit to operate a 23.4 acre borrow pit. There were no approvals granted prior to 1989, and there's no consideration by council was required. Since that time, there have been 2 additional conditional use permits that have been granted. And in 2000, an expansion of the borrow pit by 46 acres was granted, as well as an additional expansion in 2010 by 87.23 acres. The applicant recently purchased the 13.9 acres to incorporate into their existing operations. And since this area was not included with the previous approval, a modification of conditions to expand the mining operation is required. We did not find any opposition to this request. Therefore, we placed it on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Clements. Next item on the consent agenda is item number 9 and 10, the Burnett Baum Development Corporation conditional use permit for a car wash. Mr. Burdon.
Thank you, Mr. Horsey. Again, for the record, Eddie Burdon, Virginia Beach attorney representing Burnett Baum. Mr. Bill Burnett, one of the principals, is here this afternoon. We appreciate being on the consent agenda, all 13 conditions. And the 13th is the amended condition that was in your supplemental package that just dealt with the hours of operation. They're all acceptable, and I appreciate being on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Burdon. Is there any opposition to this item? Seeing none, we've asked Commissioner Byler if she would read this into the record.
The applicant, Burnett Baum Development Corporation, applies for a conditional use permit for 5453 Wesleyan Drive. The applicant is requesting a modification of proffers and a conditional use permit to redevelop an outparcel of the Wesleyan Commons Shopping Center with a new 2,200 square foot car wash facility. The proposed car wash facility will be a single bay automated facility with 2 pay lanes located on the east side of the building. We know of no opposition, and it appears appropriate. We have suggested that it should be added to the consent agenda for the commission today.
Thank you, Ms. Byler. The next item is item number 12, the XL Fitness Virginia 9 LLC DBA Planet Fitness, General Booth Properties of Virginia Beach, Virginia, Inc., conditional use permit for indoor recreational. It's a long title, Mr. Bernard.
Thank you, Mr. Horsley, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Again, for the record, Eddie Burdon. I neglected to thank Elizabeth on the last application. She did a really good job of significantly improving that plan, and that just wanted to compliment her on that and thank her. On this application, XL, there are 4 conditions. It's just a replacement of the inlet in the same spot, and we agree to all 4 conditions and appreciate their moving this along quickly, since the other one didn't have a use permit, and the people with Planet thought they could just move in and were initially told they could just move in. So staff has been very good at moving this through the process quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any opposition to this request? Seeing none, we ask Ms. Cuellar, Commissioner Cuellar, if she would read this into the record.
Thank you. The applicant is requesting a conditional use permit to operate an indoor recreational facility within a vacant unit in the Shops at Inlet Center. The zoning ordinance allows an indoor recreational facility of 7,500 square feet or less as a matter of right on property. Property Zone B2 Community Business District. As proposed, the facility is 22,450 square feet. As such, a conditional use permit is required. The staff is recommending it for approval. There is no known opposition. The commission is recommending it for the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Cuellar. All right, the next item is item number 13 to 16, the Fountain LLC, conditional use permit for short-term rental.
Thank you again, Eddie Burdon, Virginia Beach Attorney representing the applicant. I want to point out there's one error in the staff report that needs to be corrected. The 2 off-site spots in the parking garage are on the 31st Street garage and not the garage that's designated on the one of the pictures in there. So, and that was made, the staff was made aware of that, and it still meets the requirements, and all the 18 conditions as recommended are acceptable to the applicant.
Thank you, sir. Is there any opposition? Okay, and the next item is item number 17, Ashley Guller, conditional use permit for short-term rental.
Mr. Vice Chair, did you want me to read the 13 through 16?
We're going to let you read them all at one time.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Guller?
Hi, my name is Ashley Guller.
All the conditions acceptable?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Is there any opposition to this short-term rental? Thank you. All right, and the last item is item number 18, Tracy McGuinn and Michael McGuinn, short-term rental.
My name is Tracy McGlynn.
And my name is Michael McGlynn.
All the conditions acceptable for short-term rental?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there any opposition? Thank you. Hearing none, the opposition to any of the short-term rentals, I've asked Commissioner Plumlee if he would read all of those into the record.
Thank you very much. And I take it based that Mr. Burdon had presented a changed condition that none of us felt that change modified their position with regards to having this on the consent. It does not mind. Is it? Are we fine? Okay. So the Fountain LLC submission is a 6,742 square foot lot zoned OR oceanfront. The records show it's a dwelling of 2-bedroom homes constructed in 1945. There are no past violations for this site, and staff has recommended the short-term rental conditional use permit for this location. And the commission has decided it's appropriate for consent. With regards to the Ashley Geller property, Ms. Geller has accepted the conditions. And again, this has made the consent item. I'm hustling through this information as fast as the computer will let me do it. And also finally, Tracy McGlynn and Michael McGlynn have agreed to the conditions with regards to the short-term rental. And both staff has recommended approval, and the Planning Commission has accepted this as a consent item.
Thank you, Mr. Plumlee. And now I'd like to, Chairman, I'd like to place in a motion that we accept Item number 1, Whitney W. Elliott and Matthew McCall. Item number 6, Bonnie Bright Sand. Item number 9 and 10, Burnett Baum Development Corporation. Number 12, XL Fitness, Virginia, 9. And items number 13 through 18, short-term rentals. Move they be approved.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Plumley. Thank you.
The vote is now open. By a vote of 11-0, items 1, 6, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18 have been recommended for approval.
All right, thank you. All those applicants that were on consent, if you could get with the representative from the planning department and let you know when you'll be up in front of City Council. Now we're going to move on to the regular hearing, and we'll start with items number 2, 3, and 4. I'm going to state some rules first. Just 1 second. I'd like to remind all the participants that there are a lot of people that wish to speak today on this application. Each participant is limited to 3 minutes unless they represent a group, and they have 10 minutes. If you do represent a group, please identify the group and have them stand and be recognized. Please have a seat up front if you're the next speaker so that we can get through all these speakers. We're going to be here for a couple hours, so I just want to make sure everyone gets heard so we can all hear what the concerns are from the opposition and from the supporters so that we can make a vote for recommendation to the City Council. So at this time, I'd like to call the applicant forward. State your name, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Rob Beeman. I'm a local land use attorney with the Troutman Pepper Law Firm here today on behalf of the applicant, Franklin Johnston Group. Joining me this afternoon from Franklin Johnston Group are Taylor Franklin, James Noel, and Freddie Fletcher, all of whom will be available for questions this afternoon. The property that's the subject to this application is located on Princess Anne Road, just west of the Municipal Center, and is currently split zoned AG1 and AG2. The applicant proposes to rezone the property to conditional A18 in order to accommodate the second phase of the Southern Pine development. Phase 1 was built approximately 10 years ago and has been well received and very successful. And Phase 2 would include an additional 176 units together with upscale amenities, including outdoor grilling area, outdoor pool, a clubhouse, and a fitness center. This application is essentially the same as what was before you a couple of months ago in August of this year. Since that time, and as a result of feedback that we've received from members of the public and from the city planning staff, we've modified the site to pull all the residential buildings outside of the portion of the property that's located within the ITA in the 65 to 70 noise zone. As a result, all of the residential units are currently in the part of the property that's in the under 65 noise zone, which is the city's lowest classification. The applicant was also reviewed by the city's JRP, the Joint Review Panel or process, which includes a representative of Oceana, and that group found that the application is consistent with all the ACUS regulations contained in the city's zoning ordinance. That finding was subsequently confirmed by a letter that was received by the city from the commanding officer of Oceana, who stated that he has no objection to the application as it in no way contradicts or violates the terms of Article 18 of the zoning ordinance, which is the ACUS section. Other than that change to the building orientation, the application is largely the same as what was before you a couple of months ago. The applicant still intends to follow through with the commitments it made to the Planning Commission at that hearing, which include the reduction in the height of the building on Princess Anne Road from 4 stories down to 3 stories, the limitation on the height of the remaining buildings to a maximum of 55 feet, the introduction of berming and additional landscaping along the entirety of the Princess Anne Road frontage, and then finally, a significant workforce housing component to this project, which we raised them from 17% up to 30%, which would be 53 units in this case. The one other significant change I did want to call out to the commission that we've made since the last time we were before you has to do with the access on Princess Anne Road. Whereas at the last commission hearing, you may recall, we had a right-in, right-out access that was in the southern part of the property. Due to the relocation of the buildings to the south of the property. We've adjusted that access point to the northern end of the property and have restricted or eliminated the right out component. So it's only a right in. So traffic coming on Princess Anne coming south can enter the property, taking a right into the property, but cannot leave the property on Princess Anne. In order to leave the property, they go and use George Wythe Drive to the south. Finally, I do think it's important to mention that this project fits squarely within the comprehensive plan's recommendations for this part of the city, particularly around the municipal center, as the comprehensive plan calls for the concentration of residential growth around the municipal center and also states that new residential developments should include a reasonable amount of workforce housing units, which we certainly do. In summary, Franklin Johnson Group is excited about the prospect of expanding Southern Pine into a phase 2 and bringing workforce housing to an area of the city that doesn't currently have it. And with that, we certainly appreciate your consideration of this application. We'll stand by for questions.
Mr. Plumbing?
Is now appropriate for questions, or would you rather do it later? I'm
On
fine doing it later.
On rebut, please.
Yeah.
Thank you. We need to get to the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, first speaker.
Mike Kieran, followed by Lisa Hartman.
Just state your name, please.
My name is Mike Kern. Ladies and gentlemen of the commission, thank you for allowing us to speak today. Good afternoon. I stand before you today to voice my opposition to the proposed silo at Southern Pines project. This 4-story apartment complex threatens to disrupt the city's comprehensive plan, the Princess Anne corridor, the character, and the safety of our local neighborhoods. Before I continue, I'd like for all those in attendance today in opposition to this project to please stand. Thank you. I'd like to start by mentioning the hard work of our District 2 representative, Mrs. Henley, and her repeated request to show or slow the approval process of this expedited development. She specifically asked for a resolution to be placed on the city's agenda so the Planning Commission, City Council, and community could thoroughly review the developer's proposal. Despite her efforts and the concerns of the community, the project continues to be expedited. And the question is why? Many citizens are not asking for a denial of the application. They're asking for a deferral of the application so the Planning Commission, City Attorney, other staff, and interested citizens have more time to study this process and the exceptions and the new topics it raises. The project was originally approved as the developer appeared before the Transition Area Interfacility Traffic Area Citizens Advisory Committee, that's a mouthful, on September 7th. The TAITA CAC voted to recommend denial of the proposal, finding that the proposed density and the building height to be incompatible with the surrounding area and recommended access from Princess Anne Road be prohibited. Just 13 days later, the applicant appeared before the Joint Review Process Group as stated, JRP, and JRP found the proposal to be in compliance with Article 18 of the zoning ordinance. However, approval from JRP Group only validates the use of the ITA zone. So because the applicant moved all the dwellings out of the ITA zone, the JRP found the proposal within compliance. The JRP group does not address the extensive list of controversial deviations and variances requested by the applicant. And the controversial topics include, obviously the buildings are too tall, right? A18 allows for 35 feet. They're asking to go to 55 feet. Direct access to Princess Anne, which I've been told this morning has changed to the right in, is still access to Princess Anne, and it's forbidden. And the city traffic engineers recommended against it, and that sets a precedence. The location of the right turnout represents a hazard to residents exiting our collective neighborhoods. Obviously, as stated just 5 minutes ago, the right turnout has been taken off. We questioned several of the specifics of this project to include how the developer or applicant does the density calculations, the parking analysis, and the draining issues. It appears to us that all workforce housing has been put into phase 2 of this project, which is not in compliance with city statutes. The calculations for workforce housing appear as if this is a standalone project, but the parking analysis and density appear to include a single development in 2 phases. That sets a dangerous precedence. The initial Southern Pines community was not approved based on phase 2. In this location, combining 2 separate properties in this manner is misleading and attempts to circumvent rules to the developer's benefit, which is inconsistent with fair practices, and that sets a precedence in the city. If approved, This sets a dangerous process forward that developers can manipulate all city planning guides if they include the term workforce housing. I'd like to focus on a few of these calculations, deviations, and concerns. First being the transfer of developer rights. 9 years ago, as stated, the developer was approved for 42 more apartments than they decided to build in phase 1. They're now asking the city to go back and change the conditions on the old project so they can transfer and add permission for those 42 units to the number that they would normally be allowed to build in the current project. Banking and transferring unit-built development rights between projects is an unusual idea that raises concerns and many questions. Which other developers in the city have acquired additional property and transferred unused density from previously approved and developed properties to the newly acquired site? I've never heard of it. The concept of transferring density from what is referred to as phase 1, which already has been constructed and occupied for 9 years, raises questions about fairness and sets an unsettling precedent. Density and zoning. So the applicant wants to use the property, 6.26 acres, and this is how they've calculated the density, even though roughly 1/2 of the land is in the ITA and cannot have residential apartments built on it ever. The city attorney has stated that this is okay because there's no laws prohibiting calculating density in this manner. Using all the property to calculate density, including property that cannot be built on, artificially skews the actual density of the area where people will really live. And that resides inside of the 3.13 acres. So if you look at it, A18 is 18 apartments, 18 units per the 6.26 acres. It's roughly 112 apartments. You add the 31 for the development rights, and then you add the 33 for workforce housing benefits, and you get 176 apartments. Well, that actually adds up to 28 units per acre. If you look at example 2 and you combine it down and you do the same math for 3.13 acres, that's 56 apartments per acre. 18 units in A18 is 18 units an acre, not 18-ish. The only way the density and parking calculations are even close, and I ask you to take a look, is if the applicant calculates 22 acres roughly as the development with 416 units on it. Utilizing phase 1 and phase 2, then it equals out to 18.94 in its density calculations, still above A18 zoning restrictions. Then workforce housing, that's the buzzword. The applicant developed a gated community of apartments in Southern Pines, as previously mentioned, behind Harris Teeter. The applicant has designated part of the apartments in Silo to be workforce housing, and the applicant wants to combine the phases when convenient and treat the phases separately when the math and the law is convenient. If you apply workforce housing to the entire project, as they've done with the density, the phases only constitute about 13% workforce housing, which may disqualify it from the bonus density it's currently receiving. It's crucial to ensure that workforce housing is distributed throughout the phases. So if it's looked at as a development in 2 phases, it's required by ordinance section 2106 that they remain accessible throughout the development. So you can't cluster these workforce housing units into one area. And I don't know, in 22 acres, if you put them all on a 3-acre parcel inside of 5 buildings, is that considered clustering? There's no system in place to monitor the project after completion, and the workforce housing is established and maintained by the applicant. Next is traffic safety, which part of it has been addressed today. Traffic engineering staff do not support any access to the site from Princess Anne Road. Any access. Hazard to residents exiting the collective neighborhoods of Princess Anne Crossing, Christopher Farms, and Courthouse Farms, and Currycomb Court, and those also traveling south on Princess Anne Road. The Virginia Beach Master Plan, or Master Transportation Plan, part of the comprehensive plan, showing this segment of Princess Anne Road is access controlled and direct access is not permitted. The Princess Anne Commons and Transition Area Plan in the comprehensive plan also reiterates the direct private access to this segment of Princess Anne Road not be permitted. The Princess Anne Corridor Study, which planned for those paths to be buffered from traffic and again referred to no direct access. Testimony of the city traffic engineer to the Planning Commission stated no access is permitted there, discussed why, and then pleaded with the commission, please don't put the access point there. Additional portions of the staff reports computing the traffic log, citing all the references concluding the driveway would present negative effects on safety, should not be allowed, and recommended against it. Next, the joint land use study. The Hampton Roads Joint Land Use Study recommends treating parcels within the ITA consistently, and that should be regardless of partial or full inclusion. The purpose of the study was to focus on specific policies, specific policies and address land use, noise, economic concerns, and the surrounding communities. The Deputy City Attorney stated at the TAITA meeting that this was a perfect storm of unusual land concerns, but approval is being expedited. Why? It is crucial to understand that we are not against strategic growth, accommodations for workforce housing, or growth, period, as long as it fits into the existing comprehensive plan that safeguards the character of our neighborhoods. And unfortunately, the Silo and Southern Pines project is not the right development for this location. We call upon our city council and you as the Planning Commission to extend the time to allow further analysis of these pertinent issues to be raised. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Hold on one second. Could the next speaker come up front, please, and sit down up there so we can get it
Lisa
all.
Hartman, followed by Walter T. Camp.
Thank you. Can you state your name? Are you representing a group?
I'm Lisa Hartman, and I'm here representing the Christopher Farms 3 Homeowners Association.
All right, are they here?
This project was initially presented to you on its first application with 176 units spread over 6.26 acres. Nearly half of that acreage is in the inter-facility traffic area where residential building is prohibited. Admittedly, planning made a mistake recommending this approval because it was in the ITA. They also did not include the Navy in this conversation, which is required. It went to the transition area, inter-facility traffic area, Citizens Advisory Committee, resulting in opposition based on the use of the property in the ITA and the high density for the area. The application was withdrawn just before City Council. This new application, it's actually dated May 31st, but it's kind of new, that's confusing, was submitted the first week of September. The application is basically asking for 176 units on 3¼ acres. The near 3 acres within the ITA does not have residential development rights, therefore should not be allowed to transfer those rights. When the issue arose regarding this property that is straddled by the ITA and ACUS line, this should have gone to the city manager and the city attorney and then taken to City Council as required by documents guiding this area. Those documents recognize that when the ITA ACUS recommendations were being put in place, that there would be unforeseen circumstances and directs the city manager and city attorney to act. This did not happen. Even after the issue was recognized with the initial application, they failed to address this, leaving granting approval premature and lacking a proper plan for future properties. This is precedent setting. This and all remaining parcels that straddle this line need to be studied and a plan developed for consistency. Recommending approval is premature. Allowing the applicant to combine the initial complex approved in 2014 and calling it Phase 2 at 18.94 units per acre is disingenuous at best. The initial project is complete and has been occupied for years. This further creates new precedent and sets up the entire city for developers to gain advantage. Their purpose of combining the parcels is to use the density of that last project to overdevelop this current property outside of the recommendations of all studies and plan that were done in effort, and this was done in effort to circumvent the rules. An exception is being given and will be asked for again if this moves forward. It is precedent setting. Their last project was reasonable. It was responsible development. Hold them accountable for the same. It is the taxpaying citizens that are left holding the bag if this is not right. It is our beautiful city that suffers if this is not right. The application is concerning to citizens with the inaccurate representations of our city documents in the staff report. It does not represent the overall intent of our taxpayer-funded and publicly vetted documents, leaving citizens feeling disempowered. We contribute to focus groups to educate ourselves, to participate in the process, and have our voices heard only to have those documents robbed of the intent. For example, the staff report does not identify this parcel as south of the Green Line. Recent focus groups for the new comprehensive plan have consistently found one of the most important goals is to protect the Green Line. The comprehensive plan says, and I quote, "We choose to maintain the Green Line as the linchpin of growth management strategy." This project does not comply with the intent of the comprehensive plan, the citizens, or managing growth. Allowing growth at this density sets a precedent that will not allow continued growth management. Since the comp plan is currently under review, recommending this for approval further sets precedent and leaves citizens frustrated and erodes public trust. Traffic engineering has recommended against the ingress and egress onto Princess Anne Road as it was designed as a controlled access parkway. This does create a safety issue even though they've taken out the egress. The ingress will still contribute to that. The Princess Anne Corridor study notes that Princess Anne Road is its own unifying brand. It further discusses creating a sense of anticipation of growth rather than, and I quote, "hitting the motorists right between the eyes." This is 4-story buildings. The reality is that they're putting 176 units on 3.36 acres, making it a density of 52.38 units per acre, and it will do just that, hit the motorist in the eyes. These 4-story buildings exceed the building height requirements in our zoning ordinance of 35 feet by more than 20 feet. Imagine being stopped by a police officer when you're doing 55 and it's 35. You don't get that kind of exception. They are getting another exception. This is precedent setting and not the intent of the overall plan for this area. There is nothing like this. This is not the intent of our documents. The staff report also mentions clustering the development at the municipal center as recommended in the ITA. That fails to expand on the intent of the ITA study, where it specifically talks about consolidating parking along George Mason Drive and putting units there. That's not near this property. Getting this is another exception and is precedent setting. This area has also been in the transition area for more than 20 years. It has been pulled out unbeknownst to the Transition Area Committee, our former district planning commissioner, and current council member. I submitted a FOIA request asking for information and clarity on when that was decided to be removed and the discussion and intent surrounding that. I have not received that specific information. The ITA study, which was dated on December 2017, is the most recent document that we have that clearly identifies this area as the transition area, and it includes a map. Density in that area is 1 unit per acre and requires 50% open space. This project is nearly wholly covered. Planning staff is researching this issue to resolve the inconsistency. It is premature to approve anything in this area until that is resolved. The submission date and approval process has been confusing. Submitting this after the September 1st deadline puts it on the October track of Planning's 2023 application schedule for Planning Commission and City Council. This gives a December 13th date for Planning Commission and January dates for Council. Yet this is another exception. Are the rest of the applicants today in this room getting those same exceptions? There is a need for workforce housing in Virginia Beach, so much so that the council was just briefed on the need for the plan. This plan is in action, is in the works, and is not even complete. The Workforce Housing Office does not have a plan or policy to monitor the workforce housing on this project. Again, we are on the verge of approving something before a plan is in place. Is this yet another exception? We recognize the need for workforce housing, but also must balance that with a proper workforce housing plan and proper planning through our processes involving the comprehensive plan. At the most recent informational request, the applicant at the most recent informational request from the Workforce Housing Office, the applicant hasn't even bothered to apply for workforce housing. The mayor is fast-tracking this application. In the past, this is done only at the request of the district representative and if there is no opposition. They have allowed reduced parking and are calling it city walkability, saying that the citizens, it's walkability and public transportation. Calling this area walkable is questionable. The adjacent properties walk score is 18 of 100. The transit score by vehicle or by bus, public transportation, is 28 of 100. There is one bus line that doesn't run past 10 p.m. and not at all on Sunday. It feels like our debate team, our planning commission, has shown up yet is playing for the other team. Who is looking out for the citizens and upholding the intent of our taxpayer-funded studies, plans, and ordinances? I wonder how the other applicants in this room feel about the number of exceptions granted to this one application. How do you think this looks to the citizens? It is disempowering and creates mistrust. I hope you consider the intents of our documents, desires of the citizens, and implications of this application brings to us as taxpayers. I ask you to recommend this for deferral until those studies are complete. No one is denying the need for workforce housing. What we oppose is granting a poorly planned development with workforce housing prior to a plan and proper resources managing it to be in place. We need to do better for our citizens and those desiring workforce housing. At current market rates, you would have to make near $30 an hour to live in a one-bedroom apartment. Our teachers, police, and firefighters, who this is intended to house, do not make that. The one thing that those employees have in common, though, is that they're city employees. Perhaps the city needs to consider the salaries for our city employees.
Thank you. Next speaker. The next speaker come forward, please.
Walter T. Camp, followed by Rick Boyles.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Commission, support staff. My name is Walter Camp. I chair the city's Active Transportation Advisory Committee. I know that's a mouthful. We used to be Bikeways and Trails, but we're also concerned with pedestrians, with those who have mobility impairments, with all the folks who aren't driving a car out there. That's us. So it's a broader title now. I rise today because we met on Monday, our committee, and took up this matter. And we didn't have a lot of time between then and today to prepare for this. But we felt it's imperative to rise and speak up for the safety concerns that this presents to our constituency, those who are not on automobiles, those who are walking and bicycling in that area. Specifically, we are very concerned at the number of comprehensive master plan issues that will not be followed if you grant the access point on Princess Anne. Now, I understand that even after we met before today, that the applicant did remove half of that. It was a two-way driveway, one coming in, one going out. They've eliminated the out. So we're halfway there to solving this problem. Honestly, I believe this is an easy problem because the comp plan tells us all what to do. And it's not new. It's been here for 20 years. So walking through it, we're first asking for adherence to the comp plan. Second, the city traffic engineer has testified before this body in August. And let me tell you, it's hard to get a speed limit changed. It's hard to get a sign with blinking lights up or other type of amenities that we might expect. When he stands up and says, please, please don't do this, that is a serious request that we know you're serious people and you heard him. But when this was approved out with that in it, I just reiterate, when this gentleman speaks about safety of our pedestrians and our automotive riders, we take that seriously, and we're glad it's back before you to reconsider this. Number three, what we are specifically asking for, and it's very narrow. I don't have the purview to talk about all these other issues here. All that I can speak to is the direct vehicular access on Princess Anne, and we are specifically asking that whether you approve this application, whether you defer it, or whether you deny it, that you strike this one aspect out of it in your recommendation. I'm not going to read the 3-page letter with 19 pages of exhibits that I sent you yesterday. You got it. I'm sure that you at least saw that it was there. But for the public's benefit and to reiterate just a couple high points, let me walk through it. Here are the 3 points from the comp plan that I'm talking about. The Princess Anne Corridor Study, which goes back to the year 2000. It's been revised several times, so it's not just the dusty document out there. That's what says this corridor shall not have direct access. Why? Well, second point, the city's master transportation plan, another part of the comp plan, lays this out as a limited access or access-controlled road. I was asked by one of the commissioners, well, why do we have those? It sure is an inconvenience to some of the folks who are down there if they have to go around the block to get up into their housing plan. Indeed, it is. But when you have a roadway that is carrying 20 to 30,000 cars a day, a couple hundred people who have to go around the block at the light to get into their home and not hold up all this traffic, that's the kind of thinking that it's about. So we have Dam Neck Road, we have Nimmo Parkway, we have Farrell Parkway, where you don't see many driveways there. Because as we're coming and going to work and school, you go ahead and can zoom right along that and get where you need to be a little quicker. If you live near it, yeah, you go to an intersection and come into that neighborhood. You say, well, gee, this is an apartment complex that's going to inconvenience a couple hundred people. Yes, it will. I bet you Target felt the same way up the street. They got a lot more than a couple hundred people, and you can't get into Target without going around the corner at the light. Centera, Princess Anne Hospital, schools, they don't have direct driveways on here, as important and as busy as they are. They accepted the comp plan recommendations to come off the main road at a light. This apartment complex should follow form with the comp plan's recommendation. Why is that there? Well, if we had everybody turning and merging in, according to the city's comprehensive plan, we'd need to pave extra lane miles so that we don't disrupt that traffic and allow them to flow through. That's a whole lot of taxpayer money to be going on 11 major highways and paving out extra lane miles. That's a lot of stormwater runoff that now you have to factor in. There are a lot of other issues here than the convenience of a couple people, which is just around the block, compared to all these other things that the taxpayer is going to have to fund, maintain, and deal with. The path itself, after the Princess Anne Corridor study was created, the city went ahead and spent public tax dollars to build those nice winding paths. You've seen them along Princess Anne. Well, isn't that an amazing thing that people would feel comfortable walking and skating and biking along a 55-mile-an-hour road? You wouldn't do that many other places except for the design. What's special about the design? Well, it's set back from the road. There's a big grass buffer there. It's also protected. Because it's a limited access road, you don't have all these cars turning and risking hitting you. That's the whole point. We can move all traffic, cars and people on foot and people on small wheeled devices, safely up and down this corridor, everybody staying in their lane doing what they need to do. You start having them turn over each other, well, now we have risk of collision. And that risk of collision is something that is completely avoidable here. The comp plan says don't let them turn here, so you have zero risk of collision. You open up a driveway, or as originally set out, 2 driveways, well, you got 1,100 car trips a day. Multiply that out, days in a year, and that's just the folks living there. That's not all the cut-through traffic that will find it convenient to get off Princess Anne Road a little sooner, zip through this to the rest of the development, whether you call it phase 1 or phase 2. People are going to do what's easy. And so we have a concern here that what's set up as a convenience access, a secondary entry, because remember, the primary entry is on George Wythe. It's been planned as long as this corridor study's been there to serve these parcels when someday they develop. That was all envisioned. That's not news. So this secondary entrance, what is it really going to be? It's going to be the primary entrance. People are coming back home down Princess Anne. They're going to turn off that. That's what's going to occur here. And so we see it as real. We see the full traffic load driving right across the bike path, the walking path that is used by this community. You don't have to approve that. The plan says don't approve that. The traffic engineer pleaded, don't do that. We are asking you, please don't do that. These plans that I'm referencing, who knows about these things? Look, I understand, just as people, more than half of you have been up here less than 6 months. And it's overwhelming. Look what you got. And this is just one of these issues. You got hit with Wycliffe Church, with Project Wayne. You got all kinds of things going on here. You're in a hard position. We get that. And people are coming up here waving around plans from 20 years ago, citing page and verse, like you're supposed to know all that. We know you haven't absorbed all that yet. And the three of you have been here more than 2 years. I don't know that you've absorbed all that because of all the things that you've had to deal with. We get it. We're here to help you work through these things by pointing out these issues respectfully and saying, look, thoughtful people over many years have put these things together. They've been revised, they've been put before the public for comment, and then, and only then, council took them up and added their approval on it. Again and again, your commission approved every one of these plans I talked about that said, we're not going to do this. The commission is a living body. The people on it change, but the commission has said, we're not going to do this. So don't do it. That's what we're asking for, respectfully. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Following speaker, come forward and sit down.
Rick Boyles, followed by Sherry Bach.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Rick Boyles. I'm a lifelong resident of the city of Virginia Beach, a small business owner for the last 20 years, president of the Thalia Civic League, and also president of the Virginia Beach Council of Civic Organizations. Mike and Lisa and Walter have taken most of the wind out of my sails here. There's not too much I can repeat on what the first three speakers have said. I'm here today wearing my VBCCO, my Council of Civic Organizations hat. We see ourselves as an educator of civic organizations across the city, of which we've identified 171. It is our goal to get information to them. We generally are not going to take a position either for or against applications that come before this body or before council, but we will try and get people into a room so that we can talk about issues. I'm not going to go over the issues that these folks have talked about already. One of the biggest things, though, is that transfer of development rights. I think we really need to dig deep on that. Moving development rights that we didn't use from one property to another, that's a bad precedent. And a lot of what we've done here is precedent setting today. One thing I do want to point out is that the dB levels in the ITA zone, I don't know if everyone is aware, those are average 24-hour dB levels. They are not the loudest that something will get. An F-18 Super Hornet, I believe, runs in at about 118 dB. There's been mention of the JRP group findings, of which John Lauterbach is a civilian that works for the Navy. The developer attended that meeting at the JRP along with a bunch of city staff. And ultimately, they decided that once the project was moved out of the ITA, then the Navy didn't have any objections to the project. I'll agree with Lisa there. We're putting all these people in 3+ acres of land. Do the math. It's 179 apartments. If we give him all of what he's asking for, divided by the 3 acres, is 56.8 units there. The city manager had asked for a letter from the commanding officer at ONAS. And while Mr. Beeman referred to one sentence off of that letter, he pretty much echoed the JRP committee as well, that the Navy doesn't have any objections because we haven't crossed the ITA zone. Doesn't mean that we're not going to affect people that might live in these areas. If you calculate the parking on this particular building, I come up with 1.52 spaces per unit. Typically in these kinds of things, you all know we see 1.8, 1.9 spaces per unit. This phase 1 portion of this project is a gated community. So if we're going to shortchange the people over in phase 2 on parking, where's the overflow going to go? It's going to have to end up in phase 1. So now we have to figure out how we're going to get these people into a gated community, how they're going to schlep their kids and their groceries and all that stuff back over to these apartments. At this stage of the game, I think our best course of action, given the issues that we've all identified and are about to identify here today, is to defer this item to the next Planning Commission meeting. The city has had a lot of time, the applicants had a lot of time to study these issues. The citizens of the city have not had as much time to do that, and I think a deferral is probably the best course of action. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker. And the following
Sherry
speaker.
Bach, followed by Michelle Lane.
Michelle, if you can come up front to this. Thank you. Hi, just state your name. Are you representing a civic league or HOA?
Hi, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Sherry Bach, and I'm here today to voice my and my neighbors' grave reservations concerning the construction of the apartment facility known as the silo. I apologize if I end up repeating things that were said before. I needed to step out to take a telehealth medical meeting. The reasons that me and my neighbors are against this project are many, but I will try to be brief. The plans are riddled with so many issues that you are being asked to grant concession after concession, which is an indication that the plans themselves are inherently flawed while being rushed to the vote. If the plans were sound, no concessions would have to be requested. You are being asked to grant waivers for height, for density, unheard of in this area, if not for the entire city. To look the other way, even though this project has not been approved by the city's own civil traffic engineers because of the issues with ingress and egress. To ignore the fact that it violates the city's own comprehensive plan and this Princess Anne corridor study, both of which were drawn up to keep the city in harmony with BRAC and ensure that the Department of Defense is satisfied that the area and city council are committed to adhering to both the letter and the spirit of that agreement, so squadrons at NAS Oceana do not leave for another East Coast naval base. My neighbors and I are concerned about turning a blind eye to the fact that the stormwater plan as it stands is to connect all the drainage with Southern Pines, which, as we understand, was constructed in 2014 and therefore might no longer be in code, therefore most likely burdening an already straining system that flowing through the Virginia Beach golf course that routinely floods during hard rains now. To disregard the fact that the proposed development does not have adequate parking for the residents of the silo. And we are confused as to why the silo is referred to as Southern Pines Phase 2, because as Southern Pines was never filed as having a second phase, legally shouldn't it be considered a one-and-done property as it was proposed and agreed upon at inception? The fact that Southern Pines did not use all of its original units at close of development should not be relevant today. The current residents of this area do not deserve to have their current way of life disrupted by having this plan rushed through, and disrupted it would be by having the increased confusion of traffic and noise of having such an unheard of increase of density in such a small parcel of land. Existing as well as future residents deserve better than this. Agreeing to these waivers now sets a terrible precedent for future poor plans to be submitted. A proposal with this many requests for waivers needs to be carefully scrutinized. Why is this being rushed? I ask you not to have the plan as it exists now go forward as it stands, but please defer and review carefully and considerately. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Michelle Lane, followed by Mark Lane.
Mark, if you can come forward. You. Thank you.
Michelle Lane. Good afternoon, commissioners. I appreciate all the work that you do to ensure smart and well thought out development and growth for our city. We built our house in Princess Anne Crossing that backs onto Princess Anne Road in 1993. We have raised our family here and have been through road construction and widening, sound walls being built, and drainage issues that have ensued. We have watched smart growth and appropriate developments be built around the Princess Anne corridor and appreciate the thought out process that entails. I stand here today in opposition to the proposed silos at Southern Pines project. This is not smart, well thought out growth and development. I ask you to follow the recommendations of our city's comprehensive plan. Look at our city's strategic growth areas and ask yourself if this project fits in with any of it in this area. Rezoning this land to A18, then allowing a height variance 20 feet above what is allowed for in an A18 is unheard of and sets a huge precedence. Removing all setbacks from the road and nature path of the front building. If you look at this project over here, you'll notice that 3-story building that was brought down from a 4-story. It's pretty much with a 3-foot berm is right on our nature path and trail that we utilize every single day. Putting all buildings on one side of the property with inadequate parking, removing the requirements to strive for 50% open space that we talk about in our comprehensive plans and our Princess Anne corridor. When we look at this project, where exactly is the striving for 50% open space in this phase? Allowing transfer of density from a 9-year-old project that didn't even include the proposal to use those units in the first place. This site has alternative access that does not require direct access to Princess Anne Road, yet the developer is asking for direct access that will cause traffic issues for the existing neighbors. You've heard that over and over again. For these and many other reasons having stated or will be stated, I ask you to either defer this vote till further study can be done on this proposal, or if you have to move forward, then vote no for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mark Lane, followed by Susan Tolley.
Susan, you could please come forward.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Mark Lane. I appreciate all of you serving. I appreciate your effort on this. You heard this project back in August, and you voted yes almost unanimously on it. This is not the same project. I am sorry. It is a completely different project. It has different offsets from the road, which some of you brought up at that meeting. There was no one standing in opposition to this because we didn't know about it. The first we even knew about it was when we got the letter, the note in the mail from the city 5 days prior. We were not able to talk to our neighbors and figure out what was going on in those 5 days. This developer did nothing to reach out to anyone in any of the neighborhoods. They claim they did at that meeting. They talked to one person who specifically stated that she did not represent Christopher Farms. They made no effort to reach out to any of the other neighbors, so we didn't have time. That's why there's a lot of people here today, because since then we've had time to dig into this. This project is completely different. There's no offsets. The parking is different. The drainage may or may not have been addressed. We haven't had time to dig into all of those issues. By the way, the parking that they say is split between the two phases of this development, do you see any walkway access between those two different phases? So they're going to telling people you got to park over there, then you got to walk down an active road to get back to your apartment. Do you want that? Would you like to live like that? Everybody else has talked about all these other issues, and I agree with them, and I support them. Workforce housing is important. We fully support workforce housing. It needs to be built. But that's not an excuse that only gives you one waiver. That is waiver on density that essentially from A18 would go up to an A22, not an A28 or an A56 or whatever numbers you want to use. We're playing games with these numbers. It gives you a waiver on density. Approving this project would give you waivers on all kinds, as is, gives you waivers on all kinds of other things. Where does it say that because we want workforce housing, we agree, we need this? But that doesn't mean you get waivers on all of these other things. You've heard about them, you're going to hear more about them, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Susan Tolley, followed by Billy Vaughn.
Mr. Wong, come forward.
Good afternoon, Planning Commission members. My name is Susan Tolley, and I'm here this afternoon to voice my opposition to the silo project at Southern Pines. I am very concerned about the variances needed and the disregard for planning guidance and statutory rules that have been established by the city. I am concerned that by designating some units as workforce housing, the developer has received special consideration and exemption from existing regulations. For example, the buildings are simply too tall. The builder is requesting a 4-story variance and a height variance. If these variances are approved, 2 tall buildings could pop up in neighborhoods all across the city and districts, as long as a percentage of the units are designated workforce housing. Allowing this sets a precedent. Although a density allowance accompanies workforce housing, the level of density is far higher than in surrounding areas. By code, workforce housing also calls for open space and recreation areas. The plan submitted shows me 2 things. It shows me 5 too-tall buildings and parking. Inadequate parking, and parking that looks like it's pretty far away from the apartments. All of this violates the guidance, the expectations, and the spirit of the comprehensive plan, our city's own comprehensive plan. And I really thought that was developed for a reason. Additionally, the initial Southern Pines apartments were not approved based on a phase 2 in this location. Combining 2 separate properties in this way is misleading and seems to be used as a phase 1 and phase 2 combined when it's the developer's in his best interest. The parking and the density calculations appear to be based on a combined project. But on the other hand, workforce housing is not to be segregated by code. It should not be in one section. Yet it's all in phase 2. Finally, Mrs. Henley, our district representative, who was voted in by our district to be our representative to hear and to represent our views, has expressed concerns repeatedly. I went to an informational meeting earlier this week, and I'm not very good at looking at a crowd and estimating how many people are there. But I'm going to tell you, at this meeting hosted by Ms. Henley, the whole parking lot of the Masonic Lodge was full. The meeting room was full. I did not hear a single person say, "Oh yes, please let's do this and let's do it fast." What I did hear was people asking, please slow down, review what we're doing, and see how we as a city can make workforce housing compatible with existing statutes, guidance, and codes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Billy Vaughn, followed by John Cromwell.
Mr. Cromwell's coming with me because we represent the same commission.
Okay.
Just state your name and who you're representing.
Yes, my name's William Vaughn. This is John Cromwell. We are here on behalf of the Ag Advisory Commission. Mr. Chairman Alcaraz, Vice Chair Horsley, Honorable Commissioners. For those of you who don't know what the Ag Advisory Committee is, we're appointed by the City Council. We are basically in charge of everything below the green line. We just met at our quarterly meeting this past Monday, and this was brought to our attention. The purpose of our committee is to help inform y'all. We give our opinion on what is affected below the green line to planning and to city council. So we are also going to, I believe y'all should have a copy of the letter that we had issued, but I'm going to go ahead and go through it. Some of the issues are going to be touching on other things that have already been brought up, but they are important and they need to be sought after. We're here, it's our fiduciary responsibility to act on behalf of the farmers in the area. I'm a farmer. Our farm's been in our family since 1695. Mr. Cromwell's a farmer. We're here to protect one of the top 3 industries in the city of Virginia Beach, which is agriculture. This project can also violate the BRAC agreement, which is the military, which is also one of the top 3 industries in the city of Virginia Beach. So we don't need to offend 2 of the top industries in the city of Virginia Beach by violating our comprehensive plan that's already in place. So the Agriculture Advisory Commission, we voted unanimously
to oppose the proposed plan by Franklin Johnston Group to change zoning from Ag 1 to A18 on the property Sawyer Farm that lies within the ITA and the ACUs at the quarterly meeting that was held this past Monday night. Based on the information provided, we strongly oppose the conditional rezoning application for these reasons. First and foremost, the property is below the green line. There is still a green line, which was created to promote agriculture uses according to the city policy and to limit development that would strain stormwater management. We already have stormwater management problems in the southern shed, correct? So that would also change our infrastructure services. The plan to transfer the density rights to increase development units from the half of the property within the ITA to the half of the property not within the ITA shouldn't be allowed. This residential density transfers are prohibited to our knowledge in all city policies. Transferring rights within the ITA to other portions of this property or from other projects would not be a precedent that the city would want to even try to set. The amount of density proposed is far more than the requested 18 units per acre with the A18 zoning and exceeds recommendations for this area. Portions of this property are in the ACU's area designated as 65-70 DB DNL, which eliminates and violates the BRAC agreement we already have to keep Oceana up and running with the Department of Defense. This plan is also no open space in the transition area guidelines and the Princess Anne Corridor, which is the PAC study. They both require this. The plan is being presented as phase 2 of an original development plan from 2014 that involved another property. The stormwater drainage requirements from 2014 to 2023 have drastically changed to address critical flooding and stormwater mitigation. We have concerns of the proposed project using the drainage system from the 2014 project because transfer of development rights and stormwater management sets dangerous precedents for this city. We have major concerns about unintended consequences and impacts of this project. For these reasons, we as the Ag Advisory Commission strongly oppose, and we urge you not to defer, but to deny this application as it is being set forth right now. Do y'all have any questions for us as the Ag Advisory Commission? We're here for y'all. Anything below the green line, that's our job. We're appointed by City Council. If y'all have any questions, we meet quarterly. We can have a special meeting. We can voice our opinion going on knowledge that we have. We can present it to y'all. We're here to help y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Cromwell. Next speaker.
Diana Hicks, followed by Rona Marsh.
Ms. Marsh. Okay.
Good afternoon, Chairman Alcaraz, Vice Chairman Horsley, and District Commissioners. My name is Diana Hicks. I'm a resident of Virginia Beach and a member of the Transitionary ITA Advisory Committee. Over the last few months, I have participated in numerous meetings pertaining to this application, including your informal session this morning, and I am here to state my opposition. The comp plan, the ITA and vicinity master plan, Princess Anne Corridor study, and our zoning ordinance provide ample direction on what is appropriate and expected. And astonishingly, item after item, this application manages to undermine their integrity and leans heavily on being granted exceptions, specifically in regard to how the density has been calculated. If you recommend this application, in essence, you will be setting precedent and establishing expectation for changes to the zoning ordinance per the request of an applicant. I don't think that this is how we should manage planning in this city. Density. The rezoning request relies on the full 6 acres, workforce housing density bonus, and expectation that they be awarded another 31 units because, according to them, they didn't exercise their full zoning rights in 2014 when they developed Southern Pines. Decisions that were agreed and made with absolutely zero connection to the current application. Here's why this is not okay. These parcels straddle 2 zoning ordinances, as you've heard repeatedly. We all see that. We hope you can now see that too. And while it does not specifically state that the AQ's restricted land is disallowed for calculating density, it also does not say that it is allowed. What it does say is that city recognizes we may come across a situation where the ordinance as it relates to BRAC, ITA, and JLUIS studies might need to be readdressed for items that were not initially discovered or addressed. This is precisely that situation. In this morning's meeting, council could not come up with an example of bisected property being rezoned and awarded higher density in the ITA as is being requested in this application. This would be setting precedent. Our zoning ordinance provides examples of where we don't give density credit on restricted use areas. ITA and AQ's land should be treated similarly. The purpose of determining density based on developable land is so that you don't end up with disproportionate density in small areas, such as 176 apartments with roughly 400 to 500 people living on 3 acres of space. Let that settle in for a minute. This is below the green line. This is the ITA, and we're talking about hundreds and hundreds of people in a very small area. If this ag zone land is rezoned at all, which is questionable or should be at this point, a more appropriate density calculation would consider the 3 acres and not the full 6 acres. It is a very long way to go from the current zoning, pre-existing rights on this agriculturally zoned land, which would maybe get you 5 units, to 176 units. That's a lot to think about. It's a lot for everyone to digest. Southern Pine's application had no mention of phase 2. You've heard this repeatedly. Transferring unused property rights is effectively transferring building rights from one property to another. This morning, planning staff provided you with, I think, maybe 2 examples of where this had been done before in the city. They were not adjacent to or in the ITA, so therefore I don't really think they're relevant. We've created entire systems and policies and documents to protect this land area. We can't look at a development that happened 40 years ago somewhere across town and say that this is the same applicability. We don't want to set this precedent. So my question to you is this a practice you intend to make available to every other applicant? Is this how we begin the destruction of the ITA? Why would you risk this? Are you prepared to look back and reframe past development on all most sensitive areas, the TA and the ITA?
Thank you. I got to move on to the next one. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I tried to speak as fast as I could, but I do request that you deny this application and at a minimum defer it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Verona Marsh, followed by Mark Johnson.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I am Ronna Marsh, and as usual, I'm trying to bring you some visuals. I wish I could put it up on the screen, but I don't get that luxury. It's important to remember history, and I'm going to read this headline that CBS has online. Navy jet crashes into Virginia Beach apartments. Pilots eject. Do we need to have that happen again? It's a really big concern of mine that you are building or looking at a proposed building that will be 55 feet tall and will have hundreds of people in it. The actual fair housing calculations are a little bit more scary than just saying 500 people, because if you look at it and you figure it out, there's probably 558 people who will be able to live in this set of apartment units, because fair housing requires you allow 2 people per bedroom. And if you're going to say that there are 279 bedrooms, which is in your plan that was done by the planning department, it says that on page 2, and you multiply 279 times 2, you get 558 people up in the air, 55 feet, and if there's a malfunctioning jet and it hits these people, are we going to have another picture like this? Everybody keeps saying that they don't know why we're pushing this forward. And I think one of the reasons we're pushing it forward is for political campaign contributions. And I'm very disappointed. I am very disappointed that our mayor has received, wrong one. Our mayor has received $18,000 from Franklin Johnston Group. And there are 3 other people who have received fairly hefty contributions as well. Franklin Johnston has given $66,500 to the group of Dyer, Wilson, Schulman, and Berlucci. So we have to look at why is this being expedited? It's being expedited for campaign donations? We need to defer this and slow it down. We've got people's lives at risk. We don't need a war zone, and fair housing is important. And if you look at some of the maps, it shows that this is primarily in an area that the Navy would be interested in finding out about. And I, as a citizen, called the BRAC offices. You all can have your attorneys, your city manager, somebody can reach out to BRAC and they can get their blessing on this. Let's just not go with one local person who used to work in the military. Let's get an actual DOD letter or a BRAC letter. Let's get somebody to approve this so we don't have a huge problem and risk naval what happened here, like what happened at Cecil Field. NAS Cecil Field was closed. If any of you do your homework, look it up. It's on Wikipedia. Cecil Field no longer exists. We don't want that to happen at NAS Oceana.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mark Johnson, followed by Andrea Lindeman.
State your name, sir.
Hello, commissioners. Thanks.
State your name.
Oh, I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Mark Johnson. I thought you said it.
Yeah.
Thanks, George. Anyway, a lot's been said. Most of what I feel has been said, but I feel like we're going backwards on this whole thing. I kind of wish the mayor was here because I've got some questions to ask him next week. I'm most concerned with what happens if the development gets built. Who's going to who's got to sit with it like the city always sits with bad developments? It comes back to the taxpayer. I hate to see that happen. Personally, I'm with the farmers. I believe they have their handle on what's going on with this land out here. And just like the SeaTac people, as long as the county has been here, these developers are looking at wide open spaces. And let's build something on a wide open space because it's a whole lot easier. But stormwater is hard to manage. And I'm very concerned about the stormwater project going to phase 1, which is outdated. Nobody knows what's going on. So technically, there's more questions here not answered that need to be answered. And I think, short of denying this project, it needs to be deferred until these questions can be answered. Anyway, everything else has been said. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Andrea Lindeman, followed by Kia Chappell.
Good afternoon.
Kia Chappell,
Thank you
please
for
come
your
forward.
service.
Sorry.
I'm not going to repeat what so many people have said and said very well. The only thing that I would like to add is that I think that questions about density will be pivotal in the years ahead, as future development will often involve infill and redevelopment. And so I think these questions about how density will be calculated are pivotal. Can acreage that is not integrated in a project be used to calculate and allow a higher density? Can unused density be transferred to a next door project? I think these are important questions that need to be answered, and answered not by setting precedent on just bringing in and okaying individual projects, but I think that these questions need to be faced in a straightforward manner and addressed in the zoning code. And so I hope that you'll defer this project and confront these issues that will affect the whole city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Kia Chappell, followed by Damian Lombardi.
Ms. Lombardi, please come forward.
Good afternoon. I'm Kia Chappell.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've heard a lot against this project. I'm excited for it. I'm for the workforce. I'm a current resident of Southern Pine. I don't think our parking could take additional people if need be, but from what I saw, it looks like it'll be a good project. I believe in the Franklin Johnstone Group and this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Damian Lombardi, followed by Chance Wilson.
Wilson, please come forward.
I'm not Damian Lombardi. Damian Lombardi had to leave, but I'm Angie Lombardi, and I'm probably there somewhere. So I just want to speak in support of this development. I, too, live right across the street from this development, like many of these people here that are opposed to it. But I see things a little bit differently, and I understand that change is hard. But this land is for sale. and somebody's going to buy it, and somebody's going to develop on it. And I've seen Southern Pine. I know what that community does. I know how it looks, and it's absolutely beautiful. And we talk about jets flying over. Guess what? I live in Princess Anne Crossing. Jets fly over my house all the time. The Blue Angels literally rocked my house when they flew over. So to say that because it's 4 stories, now a jet's going to hit it, we have jets flying all over our city, and I absolutely love it. My uncle just celebrated a year of anniversary of retiring as 25 years as a naval aviator. So it is near and dear to my heart. And I love my neighbors, but we love our part of Virginia Beach, and it is not accessible to everybody. If you can afford a $500,000 house or $1 million house, you get the benefits of living in Southern Virginia Beach, of our school district, of our small businesses and restaurants. When I started in my career and was making $28,000 a year in my 20s, I wouldn't have been able to live where I live now. And I love where I live. And I want others to have that same opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Chance Wilson, followed by Cheryl Scott.
Scott, please come forward.
Hello, my name is Chance Wilson, and I head up the affordable housing initiatives for the company. And I'm for the project. And here's why. I see through my research of affordable housing across the country, it's such a challenging conversation, but it all really centers around the people that need it. The workers, everyone talks about the nurses, the police officers, the teachers. And I've noticed in almost every situation where affordable housing comes up, it ends up being these creative ways to not push it forward. And this is why I'm working on initiatives for the company just in general, is because we need to have more education. We need to have more dialogue. We need to have a lot of these engagements before something gets this far. And so everyone is on the same level of understanding. But affordable housing is an opportunity to really move forward for the citizens. And it's going to be difficult no matter how you do it, where you put it. It's going to be uncomfortable. And I think for me, in seeing this whole thing unveil, I have to trust the process. I mean, I have to trust the staff from the city at some point, because if I'm not trusting the city, then I can't move forward. So I have to trust the staff. I have to trust the company that they're listening to the staff, because they just can't make up things and just approve things without someone saying it's okay. So I really hope that we move things forward. Yeah, and it may sound funny, but if you're not going to trust the process, then guess what? I can say there's an issue for a ton of new reasons to delay everything that will progress society moving forward. And I want to see a meeting where we finally can move something forward, where we're on the same page, versus creatively finding doubt and causing fear. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Cheryl Scott, followed by Ken McSpadden.
Next speaker, come forward. Thank you. Just state your name.
My name is Cheryl Scott. I live in Lansdowne Meadows up the way. I want to ditto all this awesome talk about all the different issues. I want to say I feel that I am one of these people. I pay attention to her community. With our development being right up there, we knew that biomedical was going to go on across the street to us. We have had numerous accidents in that area. I feel like there will come a time, if nothing else is done up there, there's going to be a casualty, a fatality up there. I don't understand how it is I didn't see the orange signs. I pride myself of knowing what's going on in my city, and I go to the meetings and I pay attention. I want to thank Ms. Henley for reaching out to all of us in a last-minute meeting that we had no idea what was going on. I don't understand why stuff is going so fast. If you look on the page of this addendum item, page 10, oh, the signs went out, this happened, this happened, this happened, that. What happened to the community? No one told us about this. And I might have missed it, okay? I might have missed it. But you can't miss those orange signs out there. I look at this project and it's looked like you done put a stamp. And you got stuff here and you got stuff here, and you want these people to live in the middle. And as far as this traffic going on, people are going to speed up Princess Anne like you never know. I know, because I've seen them coming up through a 50-mile-an-hour zone right in front of Lansdowne Meadows. And then they're expected to slow down to 50 miles an hour when they get past the shopping center. These people aren't slowing down. That's why our police officers are always out there giving people tickets. They're not slowing down. Can you imagine these people trying to come out of this development? Oh, they say, oh, it's a little bit of this and a little bit of that and a little bit of the other. It's not right. And I think this project needs to be stamped no. We don't want this in our area. If it has to go to a denial, I want the citizens of Virginia Beach and all these neighborhoods around this project to be able to know what's going on. These committees that we have, they're working for you and us, and we need to listen to them, especially that traffic guy. I feel his pain. I really do. Because I would like to see something different in our area before someone gets killed up there in front of Lansdowne Meadows. And yes, where are these people going to park? They've given them these parking spots. I get that. But when it's full, where are they going? They're going to go across the street to Princess Anne Crossings. They're going to go everywhere. They're going to park on the street. And if you think for 1 minute they won't, they will.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Ken McSpadden, followed by Clinton Mills.
Following speaker, please come forward. Go ahead.
Well, good afternoon. It's been a long one so
Just
far.
state your name for the record, though.
My name is Ken McSpadden. I live in Princess Anne Crossing, just across the way there. After reviewing the information regarding the construction of this Southern Pines, I noticed that the Franklin Johnson Group plan has, as we've already pointed out, too many variables. I mean, it's insane. First, we've talked about the density. And I'm sorry, don't mean to keep you up. But the density. I don't know about you, when I grew up, I lived in apartments for the first almost 20 years of my life. And I guarantee you're going to be packed in like sardines here. So unless you like that, not a good deal. Second, there's no green space. We've already established that. Stormwater runoff. If you look at the plan that was presented at Mrs. Henley's meeting the other day, they want to cut across the southern end of the Virginia Beach National Golf Course, which I understand is owned by the city. No big deal there, but you're going to lose out a lot of golfers. But the other side of that is it's going to go across, and then it's going to go up along the boundary, and it's going to get pumped into the North Landing River. That's a pretty extensive system for stormwater handling. Can the city afford that? I'm sorry, can we afford that? We're the taxpayers. Safety. Right now, they show everybody's in here in basically perpendicular parking. Well, that's not true. We were told it's parallel parking. I don't know about you, but if you got to get a fire out, you got heavy fire equipment that's got to get in there, they've got to get those cars either moved because they got to get the stabilizers out for those ladders because they're handling a 4-story tall building fire. You can't do that with just a plain old hook and ladder. You got to have the heavy equipment. Not to mention ambulances, emergency vehicles. They're going to come in there and they're going to have to park in the middle of the road so they can get in, and then they got to walk pretty far just to get into some of those buildings on the ITA line, not to mention the ones on the other side. So you got all that going on. The fact that Mayor Dyer is fast-tracking the Silo South project for workforce housing, not affordable housing, workforce housing, there's a big difference. Without first getting answers is, in essence, putting the cart before the horse. And you guys are supposedly the horse. And right now, the cart's in front of you. You're not, it doesn't sound like you're on top of things here. What this proposal is implying is any proposal with workforce housing wording is guaranteed to be approved. This sets a dangerous precedent that affects all districts, not just District 2. At this stage, I strongly disagree with the recommending of approval. There needs to be additional studies before this project moves forward, if it moves forward.
Thank you, sir.
And please do not just rubber stamp it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Clinton Mills, followed by Caroline Kent. Clinton Mills, followed by Caroline Kent.
Ms. Kemp, please come forward to seat. Thank you. If you can just stay.
Well, hello, everyone. And I just want to say thanks to the Planning Commission. And also, I want to thank everybody for coming out. I really do appreciate that. This is a great showing. So thank you for coming out. No matter how big or small our issues are in the city, I love seeing that.
Could you just state your name for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry. Geez. It's Clinton Mills. I'm the president of the Princess Anne Plaza Civic League. And I don't know how to follow up all this stuff. You know, it's a lot of great comments and everything. So the only thing I like to say is that, you know, we're looking at more high density development in a small area, and I think it's in the wrong area. And that's so I'd just like to see this application deferred. And that's all I have to say because everybody else has pretty much said what I was going to say. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Caroline Kent, followed by Daniel Franklin.
Daniel, if you come forward, please. Thank you. State your name, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Caroline Kent, and I'm a resident of Virginia Beach. Moved here in 1998 and have watched the city grow. The impact that this development will have in our district is a detrimental one. There's no positive to this build other than expanding bank accounts of those attempting to sneak in under the radar. Allow me to provide the top 10. Number one, which is already said, is size and number of proposed units. Too many. Height of 55 feet. That's 20 feet over the 35 feet. Number two, BRAC, violation. Remember 2005? I'm sure you do. We had to fight tooth or nail because otherwise the Navy was going to move where? Florida. We don't want them gone. Note number three, no discussion of the Navy regarding the proposed plan and encroachment violation. Number four, loss of military revenue and all that depends on them for trade. That's millions, if not billions of dollars. Number five, schools. Currently, Virginia Beach has a teacher shortage. What's going to happen when we have more residents? Because there's not just going to be two people in a bed. They're going to have a kid, too, or a couple more. All right, so that will make schools overcrowded. Number six, healthcare. Hospitals in the area are already understaffed with a 3 to 5 hour wait time in the ER and weeks to months for doctor visits. Also, the Navy gone, there'll be a large number of providers that will be gone. Doctors, nurses, their nursing associates, they'll be gone. Number seven, flooding. Never addressed with new builds other than retention lakes and ponds. With the new thing that they've got up there, there's none noted on the revised plan. The pond was removed so they can cram in more apartments. Really? Flood incidences have dramatically increased in this area due to poor drainage and poor planning. By the way, blacktop, also known as macadam, does not absorb water. Places that never flooded now do. Flood insurance was told down here that it was not needed in this area of District 2, but will be with every home in this area. With that said, all you need is only a few homes to flood, and the rates will go up for those that are already covered, and the new applicants will then have dealt with more expensive and additional requirements. Therefore, the cost will be increased to whom? The homeowner. Already, insurance companies are dropping their clients and leaving this area due to climate change incidences, let alone inadequate storage, stormwater mitigation. Number 8, city services will be affected drastically. Currently, we have insufficient amount of police, firefighters, EMS. Also, remember, EMS is volunteer. That's not adequate for a city of this size. Dispatchers, 911, grossly understaffed and underpaid. Why is that? Because we use the cheapest contractor. Whoever bids the lowest gets the job. You get placed on hold when the system is overwhelmed, which is most of the time. All of which we here in this room, including you, pay for and either don't receive or it's greatly reduced. Number 9, concern traffic, ginormous impact. Princess Anne already it's a highway raceway when it's rush hour, which starts about 2:45 around here, and when we have concerts and other events.
Thank you.
Okay, it shouldn't take 20 to 30 minutes to get to Nimmo from Tiffany Lane during midday, lunch hour, rush hour. And the last thing, rapid urbanization is not what the Virginia Beach residents wanted. The reason most of us live here is for a better quality of life, not a big city vibe. We left the areas that live like that to come to Virginia Beach. We're not Miami. Individuals in government need to be more transparent and stop using our tax dollars to line their pockets with no forethought or consideration to the people who elected them.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I'm opposed.
Daniel Franklin, followed by Donna Siller.
Just state your name, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Daniel Franken. My wife Donna here is with me today. We've lived in Virginia Beach for 57 years. My wife and I live down on West Neck Road. We have a lot of scar tissue from previous land use issues that invaded our life down there over the past few years, and I see this as another one of those, and that's why I'm here talking today. I came to Oceana as a young kid from Iowa years ago in the 60s, and for what it's worth, getting $100 a month, any kind of housing was out of the question. But I do think about our young sailors coming here in this day and age with this cost of everything and wondering how do they do it. But that's not my point today. I oppose this project. I think it's riddled with problems. It shouldn't be deferred, worked on. It should be moved. It shouldn't occur here. It shouldn't break the green line with a red line and start a precedent that's going to end up somewhere down the road. I guarantee you from experience, some developer is going to use, as you see, most projects have a lot of waivers, exceptions, precedents quoted, and they find their way into future products. When Don and I lived up and down the beach in our early life, we rented, and then we lived in Lagomar for about 20 years, home there. And years ago, when I was a base commander over at Norfolk, we said, let's settle down in the country. We studied the comprehensive plan. We looked at the zoning rules, density rules. I got familiar with it all. And we moved down there on 4 acres on West Neck Road, built a house, and have lived there ever since. We have 3 grown kids that have all gone to Kellam. They all own homes in this area. So we're here to stay. And we've had some major problems with planning department, planning commission, city council, things that took place years before, or deed restrictions that weren't consulted. In other words, not necessarily the best precision in staffing new things coming through. And years ago, one of the things we had to deal with was the attempt by one well-intentioned owner to put a commercial store in agricultural property, and we had to fight like heck to defeat it. We did. So I say to you today, I appreciate the work you're doing as planning commission members, but do the right decisions, make the right decisions, fully informed as much as you can be. We don't have a Rolodex where you can go back and pull up actions of your predecessors 3 or 4 years ago very easily, or have time to do it. So this project, I'm worried about the precedent leading to more development down the road in an agricultural area. There's a lot of, it's a beauty that we have this agricultural area the city live in. Let's not mess it up.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Donna Siller, followed by Stacy Norris.
Ms. Norris, please come forward.
Good afternoon, and how do you do? My name is Donna Siller. I have been a resident of Virginia Beach for 40 years, and I've been a social worker in the city for 40 years. As a social worker, I strongly support affordable housing. Of course I do. It's desperately needed, But I want to point out that this is not affordable housing that we're talking about. This is workforce housing. There is a difference. And in this, I should say, if I were a young person and starting out as a social worker today, or a teacher, or a police officer, that I would not qualify for this workforce housing because I wouldn't make enough money. I agree that Southern Pines is a lovely complex. I've walked in it, I've looked at it, it's very nice. But I also wonder, why is the workforce housing component only in the crowded new part and not the whole existing development? I have other things to say, but everyone already has said them, so I'm just going to cut it short. I just learned a few minutes ago that you were briefed this morning on, I don't say it right, LQS ordinance coming before you, which does not allow workforce housing density bonus. I'm wondering if you want to negate this ordinance before you even review it. I ask that you defer or deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Stacy Norris, followed by Jessica Windish.
Ms. Windish, please come forward.
Good afternoon. My name is Stacy Norris. I moved here in 1985 as a teacher at Kempsville High School, where I taught for 31 years. So one of my concerns, I haven't heard it mentioned previously, one of my concerns is in reading through the materials, I see the developer has listed under school impacts 20 elementary school students, 8 middle school students, and 9 high school students. So these students would attend North Landing Elementary School, Lansdowne Middle School, and Kellam High School. I would very much like to know where those numbers came from. I find it very hard to believe that a development that has likely 528 or whatever people, if you have, say, 3 people per apartment, I'm not sure how they're going to have 37 children. I guess they're out working with all these work housing, but it seems an unlikely number to me, and I would very much like to know the source of that particular data. As a former teacher, I can certainly express concern about increased class sizes and that sort of thing, so that's why that particular aspect jumped out at me. Additionally, although the parking issue, the access issue was partially addressed with the change to a right turn only in off of Princess Anne Road, that actually doesn't address the problem of traffic outgoing of egress onto Princess Anne Road, because I drove this last night in anticipation of speaking today. There is a small, as far as I can tell, unnamed road that exits basically beside the senior living apartments. It's behind the 7-Eleven and beside the senior living apartments, and that goes out onto Princess Anne High School. And in fact, a lot of us use that as a cut through into to get to the Harris Teeter instead of going through the major intersection of Princess Anne and Nemo. So that is certain. That's how I exited the location last night from the existing Southern Pines roundabout on the George Wythe extension. So that's how I exited last night. And I have no doubt that just because they can't get out on their Princess Anne facing side of the complex, there's no reason they wouldn't be coming out beside the senior living complex. And that comes, of course, directly onto Princess Anne, and it exits right into the right-hand turn lane only, the right-hand only turn lane where you go from Princess Anne onto Nemo to come in, obviously, the direction of the Harris Teeter and so on. The other alternative is that they'll be coming out at that light. They'll come out on the George Wythe extension by the 7-Eleven, have to make a turn right onto Nemo, make a U-turn at the light to come back to Princess Anne northbound, or they'll drive through the Harris Teeter parking lot, which is a great hazard to shoppers to have 100 or more people cutting through the Harris Teeter parking lot, to come out by the Waffle House because there's a traffic light there, and then they can turn left onto Nemo and get back to the corner to come out at Princess Anne. So I think, it's a little disingenuous to say, ta-da, we've solved the exiting issue onto Princess Anne, because there still is a way to get out to Princess Anne directly without too much trouble. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Jessica Windish, followed by Sandra de los Rios.
Hello.
Speaker, please come forward. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Just state your
Hello, I'm Jessica Windish. I am a lifelong resident of District 2 in Virginia Beach. I love the city. I can tell you everything about everything on that seal behind you. And I have watched it change. I am happy with the change. I am okay with almost everything that happens here. But what I'm not okay with is deceitful practices and harm to our community. This project should not be approved. All of you know the economic base of Virginia Beach includes 3 major streams: military, tourism, and agriculture. This project, much like the butterfly effect, will likely have a lasting impact on all of them. It is imperative that we protect our economic base to ensure a community with the financial foundation to be the community of a lifetime that we market very expensively far and wide. You've heard plenty about the concerns for this project and our relationship with the military, and I concur. Protecting that relationship is crucial to our financial well-being. You have heard several people point out the concerns about the deceitful practices of calling this a phase 2. I concur. I find it disheartening that our leaders would support a corporation that uses such deceitful business practices. You have heard our concerns about safety regarding the traffic pattern, and I concur. We appreciate that the last-minute change was made to the plan. But we still hang our heads, and we certainly will hang them further upon the first traffic accident that causes a fatality. You have heard oodles about the density of this property being far higher and much taller than those in the surrounding areas. It is not within the guidance proposed in the comprehensive plan. I concur. Setting a precedent today will ultimately threaten our family farmers and our agricultural output because it empowers developers to keep moving projects into the rural areas of Virginia Beach. By the way, the current residents of this supposed phase 1 are already struggling to park their vehicles. Some of them do not move their cars at all because they cannot get a parking space when they come home from work. We absolutely do need affordable housing. There are still areas available for building higher density workforce housing in Virginia Beach and affordable housing, if we're gonna argue the semantics. And these properties have a greater ability to provide residents with direct access to amenities and services, transportation routes, and are in areas where the schools have a greater ability to increase their enrollment to accommodate for new developments. That is not the case when agricultural land is converted to high-density housing. As we continue to move more development south in Virginia Beach and violate the comprehensive plan and Green Line initiatives that we consistently talk about, we are adding to the environmental degradation of our land and community and are causing immense negative impact. This consistent development in rural areas is a direct threat to our agricultural productivity and our tourism industry. So I've now covered all 3 of our main economic streams. Although this property is not a significant contributor to the $21 million plus in gross sales of our 3 primary crops, I'd love to question you to see if you can name them, in Virginia Beach, new development on any agricultural land moves the threat closer and closer to the land that is contributing to that income stream. Our beautiful wildlife and natural areas are significant elements of our tourism industry. Approval of this project sets a precedent and sends a message that development is preferential to environmental preservation. Regarding stormwater, which is a great concern across our city, the original plan proposed a retention pond and green space. The second iteration to adjust for the ITA requirements eliminated both of these. How is it possible that for a 6-acre tract of land to be developed with extensive non-permeable space, that there's no plan for stormwater management? As an owner also of a commercial property where we were required to build a stormwater management system on a mere 1 acre of land in order to get approval in this, not this room, the old room, I take this as a personal offense. Approval of this project should not be done. Thank you very much.
Next speaker.
Sandra de los Rios.
You can come forward, please. Next speaker. Come forward.
Hi, my name is Sandra de los Rios, and I had not planned to talk today, so I apologize because I'm very nervous now. But I was actually just here to support my neighbors against this apartment complex. But once I heard the representative from the Franklin builders speak about affordable housing and I just felt like I really needed to talk because I run a nonprofit in the city with my daughter, and we work one-on-one directly with people who really suffer. So for an apartment complex to come and say they're plopping down in a wealthier part of town, an apartment complex that has no access to transportation, that is not affordable because as a former teacher, the salaries would be too high for me to afford. And if you look at the MIT living wage for Virginia Beach, the jobs that we're creating at the Amazon warehouse and all that, that doesn't allow you to pay that rent. Okay, our living wage is higher than the jobs that we're bringing in. So it's completely, and you're being used, the employee that is, coming here and talking about how, we're treating, we're thinking about the people and creating affordable housing. That's not what we need. Okay, we need housing. If we want housing, we need housing where is transportation. We need housing that's actually affordable for the wages that we're bringing in. And so, don't be tricked by the workforce housing, label and making everybody here look like we're not in my backyard, because that's not the case. Okay, I have 2 kids that are in college and just getting out of college. They would not be able to live in Virginia Beach, not even in this, what we call affordable workforce housing, with college degrees. Okay, so, I just feel like we're painting the residents of the area in the wrong light. And I feel that the company is being completely deceptive in their purposes, in their practices, and in all of this zoning and rezoning and moving this and that here and there. Okay, that I feel like if you're looking at the transportation issue, I also drove along that road. All of the residents are already parked along George Wythe. So if they don't have enough parking, how are you going to then add more people who don't even have enough parking? Okay, so the whole thing is a mess. But to say that you're helping people is not the case. You're not helping the most underprivileged in our city. If we really cared about people, we'd be working in Newtown Road. We'd be wondering why we approved, 10 supermarkets in a 2-mile radius in the Red Mill area. We've got like 10 supermarkets at least. But if you go down to Newtown Road area, they have 1, maybe 2. So, if we're talking about helping the people, let's really help the people. And don't, just make another builder rich. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all of our speakers.
Any more speakers?
That's it.
All right, that's it. All right, so now I'll ask the applicant to come back up, have a chance to rebut. And then we'll have the commissioners, if any, ask questions, and then we're going to close it to discussion after that. So how you doing? Can you just state your name?
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm Freddie Fletcher. I work with the applicant as the senior development manager. I think I appreciate having a lot of folks here today to speak, and we really respect that. There's a lot of folks that aren't here to speak because they don't have a seat at the table. They're not homeowners. And so they don't have a seat at the table. I've heard a lot of confusion around affordable and workforce housing. That's what I've done for the last 7 years. The Franklin Johnston Company has done it since its inception here with the LIHTC program here in the state of Virginia. We're the largest developer over the last 10 years of affordable units in the city of Virginia Beach. So we do know the difference between affordable and workforce housing. This community, as has been stated, is not proximate like all of the communities we built along Witch Duck, at Town Center, down at the ocean front when I was at Lawson with Seaside Harbor. Those are affordable units, and they've got services associated that affordable residents need, whether that be Hope House in our communities, whether that be adjacent to the Housing Resource Center, things of that nature. This project is workforce housing. It's much needed workforce housing. There's a lot of talk about precedent, and I do think this project sets a precedent, and I hope it does. I don't think it's a precedent we've heard today. It's a precedent that when we have an opportunity to put workforce housing somewhere, we will do so. And that opportunity is here today. The precedent that's being concerned, whether that be associated with the ITA, with the density, with the height, based on the comprehensive plan, walkable to the municipal center is intended for denser housing than we see around it. Southern Pine, 9 years ago, was approved under that guidance. The only difference between this project and Southern Pine significant difference that will be visible to the residents is the fact that it's a workforce housing community and that the buildings are 7 feet taller. I think 7 feet is a worthwhile compromise for 53 families to have attainable housing. There's no workforce housing that serves Kellam High School, which I lived in Eagles Nest. The majority of people move to a community like Eagles Nest so their kids can go to Kellam. People do not have that opportunity otherwise. I think that the density conversation is a great one to mention as well. The density that we're hearing, it is higher than Southern Pine. And there's no bones about it. To get workforce housing without federal funding, state funding, local funding, we have to have denser developments. That's the only way these projects work. And we've gone above and beyond the workforce housing requirements. One thing that I heard was there's no ongoing compliance. There will be a 50-year deed restriction that will run with the property. 50 years where we have to work with the city's housing office to set that in place. There's ongoing compliance, annual reviews of the residents. The reason that nobody within the housing office is aware of exactly what that process looks like is because there has only been one development done within the workforce housing ordinance. All of our LIHTC developments, we have compliance with the state. This will be compliance with the city. However, we have a 12-person compliance department, and we're happy to work with the city on that. The other items that I just quickly wanted to touch on is the green line. Again, this project does sit below the green line. There's no hiding that. Our Southern Pine Phase 1 as well did sit behind the green line. That project is walkable. The lion's share of our residents do walk to that Harris Teeter. They walk to the open space that may not be on the property, which may be the case here, but is all around them, whether that be VB National, whether that be a bike ride up to the amphitheater, the YMCA, the trails down near Estrella, the coffee shop. This is a community that has great bike connections, and we're excited about that. One thing we've heard a lot about is the traffic concerns as well. And we're always concerned about traffic because we're concerned about the safety of our residents. We eliminated that right out because ultimately we realized that acceleration coming out of our property was a concern. We feel like ultimately the right in will allow first-time visitors to the property to be well served so that they can see it, because we wanted to put our front door facing Princess Anne Road. We've got an actual silo that will be attached to the property to pay homage to the agricultural heritage of the site that hasn't been farmed in 15 years. That element, though, that ingress off of Princess Anne Road, if that's ultimately the sticking point here, we're willing to take that off the table because we do believe in the pedestrian access and the biking access that we've got here at this site, that we want to see that trail continued. People to be able to run up to Lansdowne Commons on their bike or, ride their bike to the amphitheater. And so if that's a sticking point, we're happy to remove that, and then we'll have that condition added to the city council vote next week. I'll let Rob answer any additional questions that we've got. Last one is stormwater. We've built over the last 5 years 2 communities in the city where we've actually managed stormwater over and above what is required by our site and taken stormwater issues that were in neighborhoods adjacent to us. So Boulevard 45, which is right off the interstate, you can see it across from town center. There are significant flooding issues in the neighborhood adjacent to us. We built an underground system, so if you drive on the site, just like this one, it's actually a much denser development there, but you won't see any storm ponds. It's all underground. It's more expensive. We prefer not to do it, but it's got filtration, it's underground, it's safe, and it will be managing more stormwater than the agricultural fields here do. We've got to follow, obviously, all of that through site plan, but as a developer myself, I always hate when I hear people say, well, we'll figure it out during site plan. In this case, we've got stormwater being retained on the original phase, which was designed for future phases. We did not, and we've, from the beginning in our public discourse with the residents in the area, said this site was not anticipated as phase 2. We did expect there to be a phase 2. There's another piece of tree-covered property, and then there's a church that's adjacent. We expected something to be a phase 2 ultimately, so we developed larger stormwater ponds. We'll have those ponds as well as underground systems that will manage the stormwater here. And that will take us well into excess because we've got green building standards associated with our developments as well. I think that's it. I'll let Rob answer any questions, but Taylor, myself, and James will also be available for any questions.
Hold on. Is there any questions? Mr. Plumley.
Mr. Flesher, I have a couple of questions about it. What is the current situation with stormwater at Southern Pines at the current development?
So we've got 2 above ground stormwater ponds at Southern Pine. Those both, the property runs off into those then connect out. And my understanding, and we've got, I've been, around more recent than when Southern Pines was originally developed, is that golf course, we actually had to come through the golf course to rectify the connection from the Harris Teeter property was not designed correctly. There's a stormwater pond behind the Waffle House. We fixed that when we did our, at our own cost, we fixed that connection. And then it does flow back through from our site into that pond, and then from that pond over into the golf course.
Is there excess volume there at the current Southern Pines?
Yes, there is excess volume.
And just real quick, because we've used a lot of time, but I'd like you to touch upon any amenities for the residents at the new proposed location and what the quality will be, because quality so far has rung pretty well for Southern Pines for the prior construction, and what level of quality is intended for this project?
So this project will look very similar to Southern Pines inside the units. Outside of the units, it's going to be more agricultural in nature. Southern Pine has more of a kind of a southern kind of antebellum look to it. This will be more agricultural in nature. The amenity package, though, will be very similar. So we will have an outdoor area surrounding the pool with grilling areas, lounge chairs. In the clubhouse, there'll be a resident area as well as our leasing offices. It's proposed to be a 2-story clubhouse. And so above, we would have a fitness center along with, we've got an extra space that as of right now, we've looked at as like golf simulator or something like that. Southern Pine Phase 1 has a bowling alley. Something that would be able to be done is residents could use the bowling alley from one phase and the golf simulator, because we're not going to build 2 bowling alleys right down there. But the quality within the units will be granite. It will be stainless steel. It will be our luxury vinyl plank flooring throughout. And, it will be indistinguishable from the luxury communities we've built elsewhere in the city.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Beeman, come on forward. Guess you wanted to add something?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, no, sorry. I was just here for questions, just standing by in
sure.
case anybody had any other questions.
Were there any questions? Sure, Ms. Cuellar.
Since our time together in August to today, could you just walk me through the approach that you've taken for community outreach?
Sure. Since the last time we were before the Planning Commission, we've met with several city boards and commissions. Sorry, is that a little bit better? Yeah, and I think actually up till today, or as of today, we've met with 5 city boards and commissions throughout this process. 2 of the meetings have taken place since the last Planning Commission. One, we represented the application to the TA-ITA committee, and then also went through the JRP process as well. So we've had several other public presentations since the last Planning Commission meeting.
But have you met with any civic leagues?
So the Civic League outreach came early on in the process. Representatives of Franklin Johnson Group started back in May, even before we filed the application. May 15th, I believe, was the first outreach to the president of Christopher Farms HOA phases 1 and 2, and reached out and corresponded with that gentleman several times and offered to meet with the larger Civic League. And then I believe starting in June, we also reached out to the president of phase 3 of Christopher Farm, and also offered to meet with the larger Civic League. We've also, and I should have added this, since the last Planning Commission hearing, we also met with the District 2 Forum, which includes all the folks in District 2. So as I said, I believe we met with 5 official bodies in addition to our outreach to the Civic Leagues themselves.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Any other questions? Mr. Plumley.
With regard to the concerns over BRAC, the noise ordinance, I think you need to address those more thoroughly than what I heard from, because you weren't given a lot of time at the beginning. Now's the time, I think, to address that issue.
Yeah, so with the revised plan, all of the dwelling units have been completely pulled out of the ITA, completely pulled out of the 65 to 70 noise zone. All of those units now are within the under 65 noise zone, which is the lowest classification in the city. And so after making this change to the plan, we did meet with the JRP, which includes representatives from Oceana, and they have a chance to discuss our application with the city. That committee, which again includes that representative from Oceana, held that or found that our application is consistent with the ACU's requirements under the city zoning ordinance. And that was, of course, emphasized and reemphasized by the letter that the commanding officer wrote, noting that we did comply with all those requirements. So none of the residential component of this site will be within any of the elevated noise zones at all and will be completely out of the ITA.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yes, I have a question.
Mr. Clemens, go ahead.
I'm just I'm wondering about the ingress from Princess Anne and the gentleman before you stated a willingness to modify that part of the plan.
Yes, sir. We would like to put on the record that we are happy to go ahead and add a condition between now and City Council that would remove that access altogether. Actually, what we'd prefer to do is to have that as gated off and just as emergency access only for ambulances, fire trucks, that sort of thing. In the event there is a need to get into the property, those would be the only folks that could get in. It would be gated and locked. So if that's the pleasure of the commission, we would be willing to agree to a condition that restricts that access to only fire trucks and emergency vehicles and not the general public.
So the in and out will be on
George Wythe. Yes, sir, on the southern end of the property.
And none of those issues that exist on Princess Anne exist on George Wythe?
No. To my knowledge, there's not the same concern. Actually, I believe this was always master planned. Under Rick Lohman's here, this was always master planned to have direct access from George Wythe. And actually, there was an old reservation to serve this property and others on the southern side.
Thank you,
sir.
Would you please respond to the claim that you're trying to move 31 extra units from, and you and the other gentleman stated, well, this is not phase 2, but you both call it phase 2. So you might want to get your wording together, okay? But I didn't mean it that way, I'm sorry. But would you please respond to the fact that it says that you've got 31 units from phase 1 that you didn't use, but you want to put them here?
So the way the city's ordinance works, I know we've worked with the planning department, the city attorneys on this as well. In order to calculate permissible density, you take the entire acreage that's subject to the application, and then the city code has specific carve-outs that you can include, things that need to come out. And as a result of that, you get your total acreage calculation that goes into your density. In this case, we're modifying the entirety of the Southern Pines to phase 2 campus application. And so all of the acreage is included in the total density calculation for the site, for the project.
So is it a 2-phase project or not?
Yes, no, very much so. This is phase 2. It'll share operational management capability. As Freddie mentioned, the amenities will be shared. There will be pedestrian connectivity, certainly kind of a campus, two-phase campus.
Was the original property approved with a phase 2 to come, is my question.
So the original proffer did not include a phase 2. We're amending the original proffer to include the phase 2 at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, any other questions? Oh, go ahead, Ms. Quayler.
My question is that there's a public perception that this application is being fast-tracked to City Council. Would you be kind enough to explain that to us?
Sure. This application process started actually way back in the beginning of May when we had our initial public meeting with the city planning department and other affected departments, the pre-application meeting, and then, of course, submitted the first version of the application back in June. And the normal city's time frame or city's process would have put us in Planning Commission in August and then City Council in September, which is the original path we were on. As a result of the change we made, it was significant enough to the site plan where we wanted to come back through the Planning Commission process. And so, we came back through the Planning Commission, but at that point, planning staff had already had months to study the application, of course. And so this is not a fast-tracked application from our perspective. We're 6 months into the application process. And as I mentioned before, we presented this application. This is our 6th public meeting where we've presented this application. And of course, we've got City Council still to come.
All right, any other questions? All right, so at this point, I'll close it to public input, and I'm going to open it to the commissioners for any discussions. Is there anyone interested? Mr. Plumlee, you can start. Mr.
Well, I don't know if you'd prefer a motion first before discussion or
I'd like to hear discussion.
I do have my reasons to support this, and there are plenty of counter reasons not to support it that I've heard well articulated today by a lot of very thoughtful people that oppose this project. I do support workforce housing. I do support this density. I do believe the city needs the housing. We need to recognize that we don't have the housing for people to live, and we need to supply the housing. It's not going to be universally accepted in any place within the city, and it's a difficult decision. And I could go through all the list of the pros and cons. I won't spend the time. You've all heard it, but I support it, and I'm going to vote for it.
All right, thank you. Mr. Parks.
Yeah, I would like to just kind of echo what Mr. Plumlee was saying. I also support it because I do feel like there is a definite need for this housing, especially down here. I grew up in Pungo. I'm very familiar with the Green Line and the agricultural development down there, but there is a need and people want to move to the southern end of the city. I feel like the comments that everybody has asked us to review, we have extensively. I've read everybody's emails. We've discussed this, as mentioned, for 6 months within the city and trying to work through things. The issues with moving it out of the ITA have been addressed. The issues with the egress and ingress into the site will be taken care of. And for those reasons, I mean, some of the other things that were brought up, I was taking notes like Mr. Plumlee. The density I think is needed. The workforce plan not in place. I mean, there's a number of different things we could argue back and forth. If we wait till there's a plan in place, the development's even further down the road. You know, I think it sounds like they're very well entrenched with the requirements. They could be a part of helping set those requirements. Parking, there's an issue with parking everywhere in the city, but obviously the commissioners, okay.
All right, let them finish, please. Appreciate it.
You know, the argument about the plane crash, that can happen anywhere. You know, I know everybody feels strongly about what they want for the city, but, you know, we're up here doing our part, and it's kind of disheartening to hear everybody say that we're not doing our part. We do take it serious, and we are reading everything and being a part of this too.
All right, any other commissioners? Mr. Horsley. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I'm the retired master chief up here, and I retired from Oceana. So I was in aviation. Yes, a plane can crash anywhere, but this property is directly in line with a runway. My nephew lived in an apartment not far from the Good Friday plane crash. By the grace of God, he wasn't home. He was at Oceana in a squadron. As I stated before, the semantics, whether this is phase 1 and phase 2, I can understand that they're connected properties. I can understand that the same people will own the properties and you'll operate them. But it seems to me that that this was in the builder's mind, and I could be wrong, but this was in the builder's mind already. This is the way we're going to do this part, and then we're going to build another one, and so on. I have lived in Virginia Beach, save 2 years on the West Coast since 1992. I grew up in Cleveland and North Philly, so I know what dense housing is. This is below the Green Line, okay? There's too many exceptions here for me. I'm concerned. I am concerned with the appearance of money involved, and I think that's something that City Council will have to discuss. I will be a no vote because the ITA says no, and the Ag Advisory Committee says no, and they are appointed just like I was appointed. And I do agree that $30 an hour is what's needed to afford these apartments, and I don't see that. So that's just my personal opinion. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Horsley?
Well, most of you know how I feel already, but there's so many reasons that I can't support this. Originally, it was a nice-looking project, but when you go down and analyze it, It's too dense. Some of the ways that the density has been achieved, I'm not sold on. The transferring these development rights around. Back in the early 90s, I traveled to the General Assembly when we were trying to come up with our way to preserve agriculture in the city of Virginia Beach. We asked the General Assembly, we were told the only way we could get the ability to transfer development rights was to get General Assembly approval. And they said flat out, no, you cannot transfer development rights. We were thinking that would be a way that we could transfer some of the development rights from the agricultural area to the northern part of the city. Said, no, there's no way you can do that. You can't transfer development rights. We will not give you that approval. And I see that maybe these are joining properties and maybe there've been ways, loopholes that people have gotten it done, but I do not think that was done right. Like I said, the density is the stormwater. I'm really not sold on the stormwater. I haven't seen much of a plan for that. We hear tell by undergrounds, whatever, but we haven't seen one. I know you don't have to do much of that until you get to site plan approval, but and if that didn't, and if you don't meet that, your project won't happen, and I'm sure you will meet that when you get there. And it sets an overwhelming precedent for the area, but it doesn't fit the comp plan the way most people that down this way to view it and interpret it. And I know things are entitled to different interpretations, but it doesn't meet the plan. It said, you know, some density around the courthouse, or something, I don't know the exact wording of it, but a density around the courthouse was encouraged sometime back in the last comp plan. But we didn't mean to put it all in one place. So that's kind of what it's doing here. With the time you put this 170 or whatever it is units, along with the 200 some that are already there, you got a 400 apartment complex right here at the edge of our city hall. And I just don't think that's the right place for it. Everybody is sympathetic to workforce housing. We need workers just like everybody needs workers. But I don't think that's the place to put a big portion of it. We can integrate some of it with it, but I don't think that's the best place to put a large quantity of workforce housing right there in a 400 apartment complex. I just don't think it fits. So there are some of my main reasons for objecting it. I just don't think it's the right way to do it, and so I'm going to be voting against it today.
All right, thank you. Mr. Costin?
Well, I'm resolved to the fact I probably won't get a hand clap at the end of this. But I'm a lifelong resident of Virginia Beach. I grew up in the landing and to the airstrip. I raised my kids in SeaTac where I could tell whether the pilot had one hash mark or two hash marks on his helmet when the kids came by, when the plane came by. So the thing about planes, when I was 12, the plane crashed at the end of the street next to me in the woods between Old Virginia Beach Road and the boulevard. So I've lived with this all of my life. And I've heard the planes all of my life. So I'm willing to help the city have more housing, not just because it's workforce housing. We have people who are trying to move to Virginia Beach, and it's taking 6 to 7 months to find an apartment. And I got that from a guy who I was standing in the store with talking, and he said, I put in the application, I'm trying to move to Virginia Beach. And so we just talked, and he said, it's been 7 months, and I'm hopefully this month I can move to Virginia Beach. I don't know whether he did or not. As far as transferring rights to develop, if the property's joined together already, you're not really transferring rights. No, you're not, because here, there's a project that we approved a couple of years ago at the entrance to Dam Neck. The people had 100 acres of property, and they built all of the apartments at one end and left the other unmoved. Now, the conditional use permit says that the total property is included, but they only built on one end of it. So it's not something new. It's not something we just made up or just heard about, but it does happen depending on wetlands and other issues on where you can build on a piece of property. So I'm going to be supporting it.
All right, thank you. Anybody else?
Yes, I have a few comments. Yeah, first I want to thank everybody for coming out to this important meeting and for your full participation and interest in terms of what's happening with this development. It's been stated a few times here that things seem to be moving fast, but not from my vantage point. And I want to underscore that. There's been a lot of work that has gone into this process, by citizens of this city, as well as members of this commission and members of the city council and others who are involved in the business of this city. I did not receive the letter that addressed the problem of ingress and egress from Princess Anne until late last night. I saw that letter. We've had some discussion about it. I'm very happy to hear that there's a willingness on the part of the developers to modify that plan to perhaps gate it, as was mentioned, to keep safety in that particular area in place. I also wanted to mention the 50-year deed restriction that was mentioned, and it seems to me that in that process, there's going to be an ongoing engagement with the developers of this property to ensure that it will remain on track per the city's comprehensive plan and other planning documents that have been developed over time. I'm very pleased to hear about the green building standards, and I like the information that I have received regarding the storm drain water situation. So I'll be supporting this.
Thank you. Ms. Byler?
I appreciate everyone being here. I appreciate what staff has done. And I echo those comments that it doesn't seem fast to me because I've been studying this for months. I've been reading a lot of letters, a lot of recommendations. And this is a hard one for me. My father was a developer. I'm a real estate broker. We have a housing shortage and we need workforce housing. And I appreciate that the staff with conditions is recommending it. In many ways, they're better at casting this vote than I am because they're doing this full time. However, when I was put in this position, I was told that I listened to staff, but that's not the end of the story. I listened to the city, the citizens of the city. I listened to the advisory commissions. I take my own experience. I'm also a lifelong resident. My old report card says Princess Anne County. That's how long. So to me, it comes down to a problem of compatibility. And I just don't see that complex going right here. And I'm sorry, I will not be supporting it.
Ms. Cuellar?
So I came here today concerned and conflicted because I want to support a multifamily project. I know the Franklin Johnston Group does an amazing job in Virginia Beach, and I'm grateful for that. I've seen their efforts to compromise, and I applaud that, and I think their mission statement and their ethos is really the benchmark for our city. If not, it exceeds it, and so for that, I'm grateful. But having that said, we have a process in our city. We have citizens who, just like our commission, who are subject matter experts in the ITA, in the ag, and who are also on the transportation acronym that needs to be worked on. And so learning as much as I have today, I can't see that this project is best suited in where it's proposed. So I will be voting no.
Anybody else? Mrs. Steris?
I applaud those that have come out. I love citizen engagement. It's important to hear your voices, as that's why we are here to represent you. I too came in here with agita, not knowing, because I came in August thinking, yes, this is a great project. It's still a great project. I sat down with several of the members of the Franklin group and heard them being very flexible, adaptable, wanted to hear our perspectives. So that avenue of communication was always open and still open. And as of today, they even amended the Princess Anne Annex, which is important because, as you heard from some of the other citizens, the concern of traffic and the possibility of accidents. And clearly, we're even talking about bike paths and walkways to make this a great experience neighborhood. And that's what we want as well. I cannot say I'm a lifetime community member of this community. I'm a Navy brat myself, so I've lived everywhere, jet noise everywhere. My biggest time was in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, right there in the bases. So yeah, I hear jet noise all the time, but that's not, but also to know that that's in the pathway of jets is also a concern for me, for that neighborhood. And thank you for that, Rona. I appreciate your research and sharing that with our commission. It's always important to hear because I get the staff reports and the staff does a wonderful job in preparing us on each of these agenda items. But again, coming into this session was very difficult. Want to hear what the citizens have to say. I still believe we need affordable housing. I still believe we need workforce development and all the different things that make sense for this. Is it the right place? That's the question. And although if this gets passed through and it goes through City Council, I too will sit down with you citizens and also with the Franklin Group to make sure that what they say they're going to do for this community. It's a great project what they did in phase 1, and I hope that phase 2, if it does come through, does go through. But I do want to see that we do need affordable housing, and then those who spoke on this commission that believe in that, I too believe it. So I am going forward with this project.
Anybody else? Mr. Anderson?
I guess I'm last.
I think I am.
Okay. No, I do appreciate everybody on both sides coming in today with all your energy. As everybody has said, it definitely is a hard decision either way. A lot against and a lot for. I actually, when we sat down and got the information from Franklin Johnston Group, I made a few suggestions, and one of them was the reduction of the building down to 3 floors, and also the entrance to or the exit on Princess Anne Road. I thought that I would not be able to support it if we had the in and out with their concessions of changing and actually changing it just to a emergency entrance. It makes me feel that they're willing to work with us, and for that reason, I will be still voting for it.
All right, thank you. I guess I appreciate everyone's comments. I appreciate everyone coming here today, and that's why we're here, is to hear and put everything together. I will tell you that since the staff has done their due diligence and they've worked it out with the access, I'm for workforce housing, and I want to know, just excuse me, that I did call the congressman's office, and I needed to know because there's a rumor about someone saying that BRAC was going to pull out, and that is not true. They told me it's not, and they're not going to pull out, and they are supporting workforce housing, so I'll be supporting this application. Mr. Plummy, you say you had
I have a motion. I do move to recommend to council to approve this project with the modification coming from the applicant with regards to the entryway being removed off of Princess Anne to the project. However, that there will be an emergency access way, because in an emergency, you need at least 2 ways out. That's extremely important to me. That's why last time approved it for the entryways, because I wanted to make sure there was an emergency way out of the place on both sides of the project. So with that, I would make a motion to recommend approval.
All right, I have a motion with an amendment.
Second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Costa.
Mr. Kosh, thank you. The vote is now open. By a vote of 6 to 4, items 2, 3, and 4 have been recommended for approval.
Thank you for coming.
Oh.
Next item, number 5. Take a, Caitlin, come have a 5-minute break, please. Yeah.
I was like, wow, Anderson's not being rude.
We got here number 5 too.
We're going to restart back right now. So we're on application number 5. Go ahead.
Agenda item number 5 is for Harris House, Inc. It's an application for modification of proffers at 1851 Old Donation Parkway in District 8.
Let's come forward. You can just state your name, please.
Sure. I'm short.
That's all right.
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Jackson. I am the Chief Operating Officer of Recovery Unplugged, Harrison House, Inc. We are requesting for the conditional use permit for our building to take away condition 5, which is that we will not treat patients seeking admission for drug and alcohol addiction. I appreciate you having us here today, and I'm here to answer any questions that you have.
Any questions? Go ahead.
Hi, thank you for being here and waiting.
Sure, no problem.
I represent District 8, and I've had some residents call me in reference to the application. And specifically, back in 2004, when the conditional use permit was approved by City Council, there was the condition regarding the substance abuse program, not allowing it. And they were very passionate, they were very concerned, and that was something that the City Council did. What can you share with us today to maybe alleviate some of their concerns? We have had a few letters. I know there will be some speakers here today. If you could tell us a little bit more about your program.
Sure. And I did receive the letters, and I appreciate that. I am a mother and a homeowner, so I understand. A lot of the items that I saw in the letter were about invasion of privacy and safety of children, which obviously I feel very strongly, having 2 little ones and owning a house as well. So we are a nationwide program. We have 8 inpatient and outpatient programs in 5 different states. Since 2013, we're about to celebrate our 10-year anniversary as a company. We have treated over 13,000 individuals. We have a robust alumni program where we track and reach out to our clients after they leave treatment with us, and over half have reported sustained recovery for over a year. We are a very reputable program. We are in the business of getting people better. We also currently have 2 of our inpatient locations that are in residential neighborhoods, as well as multiple sober livings, and we have never had an issue with our neighbors. Our goal is to treat the problem of addiction and mental health and make our communities better. I do think that there is a stigma against mental health and substance abuse, which is why, I understand that there was some opposition to us utilizing this building for treatment. But if you look at the national statistics from SAMHSA, 1 in 4 adults over 18 suffer from a mental illness, and 16% of our population meets criteria for the DSM-5, which is the diagnosis manual that treats substance abuse. And so we, even in the amount of people that were here today, that's quite a high percentage of our population that struggles with these issues. And so that is what we are here to do. We also don't take any violent offenders, sex offenders, or acute psychiatric clients. And so we are treating mothers, sons, neighbors, and care very much not only for the safety of the community, but our safety of our clients as well. This is a perfect property for us to provide that treatment for them. It is gated. We have 24-hour security. We have nursing and behavioral techs that are on staff 24/7, and we don't want our residents leaving our property just as much as the surrounding residents don't want them to as well.
If I may, as a point of clarification for the treatment center, when an individual goes to recovery, is it a 30-day commitment? I think some of the concern has been like in and out traffic, if you will, at the property.
Yep, so it is an inpatient facility. We do Probably 80% of our reimbursement comes from insurance companies. And so I would love to say that it is a full 30-day program, but due to managed care, it tends to typically be more of like a 25 to 28-day program.
But you're not having like daily patients
No,
coming in.
so our residents don't have access to their cell phones, and we are very strict on a visitor policy, and so it is always supervised and has to be approved by our clinical manager and our executive director to whether these visitations are appropriate. And again, I think it's important that I mention that they are supervised. So there's not people coming in and out. Most of our neighbors in our current locations that we have don't even know that we are there. So,
Thank you.
yes.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Clemens?
Yeah, thank you. Could you give me a quick rundown of the admissions process?
Sure. So the patient is referred either by a referral source or calls into our admissions line. We have a extensive pre-screen where we take their information. If they are coming from a hospital setting or some type of inpatient care, we do request medical records. Our internal quality assurance specialist, who is a medical doctor, reviews every pre-screen before our clients are accepted. And then the admissions team coordinates for transportation to our facility.
All right, any other questions? All right, just have a seat. We're going to hear from the opposition. I'll let you rebut on that.
Sure. Thank
First speaker.
Jerry Will, followed by Nancy Will.
How you doing? Just state your name, sir.
Sure. My name is Jerry Will. Excuse me. I live in on Regatta Circle in Great Neck Meadows, directly adjoining this particular property. I didn't plan on saying this, but ultimately back in 2004, this whole facility was an issue over a zoning variance for height, which I think you've heard enough of today. This happens to be one of the conditions that City Council was also very involved in invoking for the neighborhood. I have no axe to grind with either the applicant or the property owner. I just simply don't know that a residential neighborhood is a correct facility, regardless of what's been said. Yes, there are only 12 or 13 houses surrounding this particular plot of land, but there's also Broad Bay Manor Preschool, which is a preschool and kindergarten, which sits to the front and adjacent to this facility. Quite frankly, once the genie's out of the bottle, it's not going back. Now, that may not be their business model today, but what's to prevent that from becoming a walk-in clinic and attracting the kind of clientele that, is not really conducive to a neighborhood environment? What do they plan on doing that, or sell the property later on down the road? What's to prevent it? In the end, there is nothing that will prevent it. So I ask that you honor what council has already guaranteed us, or promised us at least, and if nothing else, defer it, but ultimately, we would like to see it upheld as a condition for use of that building, particularly given the broad scope of the medical industry. I find it hard to believe that's the only use it can be for that particular building. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Nancy Will, followed by Jennifer Cox.
Just state your name in the mic, please.
Nancy Will.
How you doing?
I'm not a public speaker, so this will go quick, believe me. But I did have to step out of my comfort zone for this because I'm very passionate about this issue. And we have lived in this property, in this home, for 35 years, and I've never felt unsafe in this community. But I believe things will change if this condition is dropped. We were here in 2004 when the original owner and city council agreed to this condition, and they believed it was necessary. to keep this condition on just in case the property was ever sold, which it has been. As you know, there was a preschool, as my husband said, I guess we should have compared notes, but there's an elementary school and a middle school, all within walking distance of the building. I know these parents would not be pleased if they knew. I hold no ill feelings against the patients. They do need treatment, but we are in a medical corridor on First Colonial Road, and there are plenty of places to put this substance abuse facility, not in a residential community. I know she said they will have 24-hour security, but if these patients want out, nothing's going to stop them. We're speaking from experience from our nephew in Pennsylvania who was committed several times to a facility and got out. So there's no guarantees there. And the patients will be allowed out for fresh air and smoking, I'm sure. There's nothing preventing them coming over the fence and into my yard or the playground across the street. My backyard and the playground are always full of children. This will jeopardize their safety. We just sincerely hope and pray you will not approve the removing of this condition for a substance abuse facility. Ask yourself, would you want this in your backyard? Thank you for allowing us to express our concerns. And if you would look at the map real quick of our property and the facility that we're talking about, my house is the one on the corner, which is very, very close to the facility. And then at the end of the property there is the preschool. So it's very, very close. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
You did good.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Jennifer Cox, followed by Betsy Kremen.
Just state your name for the record, please.
Of course. My name is Jennifer Cox, and I happen to be the owner of that preschool that the previous two people have talked about. I come here as a business owner of 4 successful and thriving preschools, 3 of which are in Virginia Beach, and we collectively care for about 600 young children every year. The schools have been in operation for 40 years, and I've been blessed to be a part of them for the past 12. One of these schools, Broad Bay Manor, as has been mentioned, happens to be next to the property being looked at for the Harrison House. Broad Bay Manor has grown to have an excellent reputation in the community, and we now oversee the development, the education, and the safety of 170 students ages 2 through 5. We support our local families in such a foundational way that they can work and that they can provide for their families, knowing that their children are 100% safe, that they are tucked inside our safety bubble that we've been able to have for the past 30 years at this location. I also come here as someone that has close loved ones struggling with addiction. Mental health and drug addiction deserve a path to recovery. However, that path comes with many ups and downs. It's part of the process. I've seen it firsthand. There is an instability that comes with drug addiction. That's irrefutable. There are highs and there are lows with their journey. The lows very often affect the addict's direct surroundings, their direct physical surroundings, from drug paraphernalia to violent outbursts. Our school property, our playground where our children play every day, and the parking lot where they're coming in and out of school, along with the sidewalk where they walk to and from school, are in that physical surrounding area, the area that we're talking about. Our schools take care of our community's most vulnerable population, our young children. The unstableness that comes with drug recovery, the drug recovery journey, should not be adjacent to our youth. It's just too risky. What behaviors might our children see? What might they find thrown over the fence or along the sidewalk as they walk to school? Is there a possibility of direct interaction with the patients if they're spiraling downhill? Could the safety of these innocent children be compromised? It's in our nature to protect the young. It's our gut. It tells us do it. We make promises to our families that our children's safety is our first priority, always, always, always. And I ask you to do the same when planning where the Harrison House should be located in our community. I welcome it in our community. I just don't think this is the best place for everybody involved. At this time, it's really hard to find a great childcare facility. We hear the stories on the news all the time. Our school has upheld its reputation. We have high standards. We have an impeccable record, and we really want to keep it that way. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Betsy Crimmin, followed by Tom Duncan.
Hello, if you can just state your name for the record.
Hi, I'm Betsy Crimmin. I'm the director of Broadway Manor School, and our school is located next to the property in question. My role as the director is to oversee the safety and the developmental growth of all of our students. My top concern is the safety and exposure of 170 students and our 33 staff members. We have promised to provide a safe environment for our children and also our staff. Our staff are coming and going. We are open from 7 to 6, providing vet care. So a lot of hours throughout the day, people are coming and going. Our fence is accessible to the property that the Harrison House is hoping to occupy. Our students play outside 3 to 5 times a day, as well as scheduled playtime. It really helps support their physical and social growth outside of the classroom. We don't want to constantly be in fear that we are going to have to shut down or have our building on lockdown if there is a situation that is occurring over there. I actually walked the property from our property, walked through that property to see just how close. If we could hear our kids playing outside, I could hear our kids playing, I could hear our kids laughing, I could hear the instruction of our staff very clearly to them. So if we can hear what they're doing, they are going to be able to hear what happens on that side of the fence. In addition to outside time, we have a dozen or more families who live in the surrounding neighborhoods that really take advantage of that small community feel and walk their kids to school. That doesn't happen often anymore. It's so nice to see the moms and the dads with their strollers and bringing their kids to school. We also have preschool children, elementary school children, and middle school, which are my own children, who get on a bus stop at our school. So they are standing there waiting to go to school, and there's no telling what they are going to be exposed to. I can't protect my middle school children from all the exposures, but I can help in this situation, hopefully. The Manor School has a wonderful reputation in the Great Neck area. Our families deserve to feel safe. They deserve to feel that they can walk in with their babies. They can walk in with their preschool-age children without incident. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next
Mr.
speaker.
Chairman, I just had one question.
Sure, if you come back.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to have to make you come back later. Can you just
come
tell me how
forward?
long the school has been there?
Can you come forward so we can get it on the mic
Yeah.
and record it? Thank you.
The Broadway Manor has been in Virginia Beach since, I believe, 93. It's been at this specific location since 2002.
2002. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
While you're there, have you had any problems with the surrounding neighbors at all, or the previous tenant?
I'm sorry, say that
Have you
again.
had any issues with the previous tenant? at
I
that
think it's
property?
been vacant,
For 4
from what
years.
I understand. Yes.
But since you've been here since 1993, have you had any issues?
No, we haven't had any issues there. There is a Virginia psychiatric ward a little bit down we've had to go on lockdown maybe a handful of times in the last 10 years, just in case that they'll give us a call if they need to, if somebody's been released from the building when they shouldn't have. But that's it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Wait, don't go away yet. Okay. You said that the school has the Broadway Manor's been there how long?
It's been in Virginia Beach since 93. It's been at this location since 2002.
Okay, I wanted to make sure I had it right. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Tom Duncan, and he is our last speaker.
All right. How you doing? You state your name for the record, please.
Thank you to everyone. My name's Tom Duncan. I'm a resident, lifelong resident here at Virginia Beach. I've lived at this house coming up this month on 36 years. I'm directly behind the memory center of this property. The prior conditional use permit, the neighbors, the prior commission, and the council had a stipulation. No substance abuse treatment was allowed. when the property was subdivided and allowed for the memory center. Now, the condition was explicit. The property owner accepted the condition. Now they're asking, we gave them an inch to give them the conditional use permit prior. Now they're asking for a mile. These, they're saying that there's no acute psych, violent offenders, sex offenders allowed. That is a business model. That is not part of their conditional use permit that they agree to. That can be changed. That's up to their director. They can change it anytime they want. As a matter of fact, in this conditional use permit they're applying for, they could offer daily walk-in methadone treatments. That means drug users coming in every single day, 7 days a week, to receive their methadone treatment. And they're not in violation of the conditional use permit. In regards to policing this and their actions, that they will not allow sex offenders, drug offenders, psychiatric patients, there's no way under federal HIPAA law for the commission, us as neighbors, anyone to do anything about any violations of this. It's not allowed under federal law. We can't access their medical records or psychiatrics. We have no way to police this until something bad happens. These owners, these property owners have been irresponsible for years. I myself have made over a dozen phone calls to the property owners about the dead trees behind our fence, which ended up falling and destroying my neighbor's fence, deck, and house. And they said, oh, well, our insurance company will take care of it. That was prior owners. New owners, same problem. Oh, it's a span of multiple years this problem has been, and it won't be addressed. If you make a phone call to them, they won't even give you the name who you're supposed to speak to. They'll take a message. They will not return your phone calls. Same for my neighbor on the left and on the right, the one whose house was destroyed. My neighbor on the left ended up having to pay to have the trees trimmed that were touching the roof of his house. He agreed to even offer to pay half of it. It was their tree. He did it himself. Expensive. Now, in regards to my house, we have a flooding issue, which is not my property water. It's all of their property water. All their storm drains have become plugged up in the back of their facility. So all the water from the property runs right to my property. I have a ring around the fence, 6, 12, and 18 inches, a ring of dirt on my back fence. I've made multiple phone calls. They will not even return your phone call or address it. All the water runs down between my neighbor's houses to the street. I can't even put mulch in my backyard. I've planted grass 3 times. Dead. I have a swamp. It's not my water, it's theirs. But they won't even address the issues. These owners are irresponsible. Then you have an applicant asking for the lease, the additional property that's open. Why not just make it a doctor's office? You're not limiting the property owner's ability to lease it. It's just who you lease it to.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
That was our
All
last
right,
speaker.
that was the last speaker?
Yep.
All right, you can come forward. I'll give you a chance to rebut on what you just heard.
Sure. So I first want to say I appreciate a forum like this, and I hear all of you, and I respect what you have to say today. Just to clarify, we are not a methadone clinic. This is a residential facility. We actually don't accept patients who are on methadone as MAT, so we don't do any type of methadone or daily walk-in clinic at our facility. And we want to be good neighbors. We have great relationships in the residential neighborhoods that we are in. And so I'm sorry that you've had that previous experience with the property owners before, but I can assure you that all of our residents know that if there's a problem, we will fix it due to anything on our property. And there are places nearby in this community already who treat substance abuse and mental health. I did see that there's a psychiatric hospital that is 0.3 miles from this facility. And there is also an opioid and alcohol MAT clinic, which stands for medication assisted treatment, 0.7 miles down the road. And so I understand and I hear the concerns that they have regarding schools and neighborhoods, but the reality is there are already treatment programs for substance use and mental health very much in the middle of this community. And one final thing to what they have to say is we have an ethical responsibility to treat our patients fairly, humanely. I am also a licensed mental health counselor, so I'm not just overseeing the operations of our company, but I started in this field with wanting to counsel and take care of these clients. And so if a client wants to leave, we don't just say, okay, goodbye, and let them walk out the door into the community. We will either refer them to another facility and do a bed-to-bed transfer, or provide them transportation back to where they came from, whether that's their residence or whether that's the airport or bus station, to get back to where they were. So we are very responsible in our patients that do have the ups and downs, like the lady mentioned, for substance abuse, and we are very responsible with patients that want to leave treatment. And the last thing about the kids being outside, again, mother of 2 very small kids, our clients are in group for 6 hours out of the day, in the middle of the day. So we also have a very intense program where they are there getting intensive individual counseling, family counseling, and group counseling that happens through the majority of the day. So our patients aren't just outside smoking or not doing anything. It's a very engaging program that we have.
All right, any questions for Ms. Hippen?
Yeah, 2 questions, okay. So has the storm drain issue been fixed? No, ma'am, it is not. Okay.
Nor addressed, nor even returned phone call. And I know that Ms. Holly Quellen had asked for them to reach out to the neighbors.
Yeah.
None of us have heard from them at all.
Okay, so that's my concern. That was part of the question. So I'm the child of an alcoholic, so I know how it is. Are you on site at this facility, or are you at another facility and you're overseeing them all?
I'm not, yes, I live in Nashville. I'm a corporate employee.
Okay. So my question is, my late stepfather had dementia, okay? Now, I'm going to preface this. This did happen in 1990, okay? But he was put in, and this happened in Philly too. He was put in a home, okay, for his own safety. And he was able to not only escape, but he made sure that he drowned in the Schuylkill River, okay? So my question to you is, how do you prevent people from leaving? Because I know, so having 2 siblings that are nurses that have worked in walkie-talkies and hospitals, I understand a little bit of the medical stuff, but the question I have is, how are you, do you have alarms? Because some of the things that they're stating are very important, and whoever your local person is needs to get with that man, because I had a neighbor's pool drain into my yard and I was pissed, so.
I agree, and I'm not the property owner. We just started this relationship and want to be the tenants here, but we do take on all of the responsibility of the property. We have a GLPL, that covers anything for our property. We pay a lot of money for our leases. Like we take full responsibility for the property once we come in. And so if that is an issue that's occurring because of with the residents next to it, that is something that we would address. In terms of safety of the patients, we do 15-minute checks of every patient that's documented in our electronic medical record system. So every 15 minutes, we know where they are tracking them, what they're doing. And we also, in our other 2 inpatient facilities, have alarms when they leave out the front door or somewhere that's not supervised 24/7 by a staff, so that we know if someone has left the building. This property also has a gate around it that would be locked.
All right, any other questions? Ms. Quayler, go ahead.
Yeah. Can you tell us what attracted Recovery Unplugged to this specific building in Virginia Beach?
I don't think there's something specific other than we have a partial hospitalization and intensive outpatient facility in Northern Virginia. So we've actually took over in 2014 or 2015 this outpatient facility in Northern Virginia that had been operating there for actually 20 or 30 years. And we saw the need for good inpatient facilities to be able to provide detox and residential services to our patients.
And what type of community outreach did you experience in this application process?
So we we reached out to some of the other business owners to be transparent. We did not reach out to the residents of the neighborhood, so I apologize for that. I do think that a lot of this is some of that stigma of substance abuse and mental health as well, but I can promise you that we will be good neighbors and try to address the concerns that you have.
Any other questions? All right. Mrs. Steris, go ahead. And then Mr. Anderson. Austin, you're last.
Clearly, what we're hearing is that there was some reasons for why there was this condition number 5 placed on this CUP. What's the impetus of you wanting to have drug rehab at your facility? Since there are other facilities to provide that service in the area, why your facility?
So I don't believe that there is an inpatient facility. There is an outpatient medication-assisted treatment clinic like the gentleman had referenced, and there is a psychiatric inpatient facility. There is not a primary substance abuse inpatient facility to my knowledge.
There is in our area. May not be down in this corridor, but there are definitely, I fight in the space of not human trafficking. So there's a lot with human trafficking and drug trafficking. So we do have a lot of that are licensed in the area to address that area. So I just wanted to see if you had checked to see if that could be done somewhere else and not necessarily at your facility. Or is there impetus, like, is it your current patients that are having this problem or coming in, so you want to address that problem as well, or what's the impetus?
Well, I think that we run into issues like this in a lot of places, so we try to find a private building to be able to provide services for our patients, and we have seen the growing need for substance abuse treatment, especially in Virginia. There really is, even though there may seem like there's a lot of access around here, there's still really only 10% of people who get treatment for substance abuse and mental health. And so I think that there is a need for it.
I agree on the ratios, but in this area, we are heavily into these services. So if you've not communicated with your local person to really address that and really investigate and explore that, I think that would be a good step to address, especially those that are really concerned about having that particular service at your facility. And before you leave, so this gentleman doesn't leave without any communication, since with all the technology, a lot of times you get this phone call not being able to be addressed, and they're not getting a human being. While you're here, if you don't mind, to make sure you address that connection.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Mr. Anderson?
Yeah, that was kind of what I was going off of. I'm very concerned about the lack of community outreach, whether you only talk to a couple, or whoever in your company. I'm concerned that the residents were not contacted, and I think that needs to change. And before we move forward, that you need to have we need to have more community outreach and sit down with the business owners and the homeowners and discuss all the issues.
Okay.
That's my biggest problem.
Hold on, no, you can't. We're closed on public speaking right now. We're going to do the rebuttal, then we're going to go to discussion with the commissioners. Sorry about that. Mr. Costin, I know.
I just wanted to ask if you would be willing to alter that condition to include some of the neighbors' concerns about walk-ins and whatever else happens that they're not really comfortable with right now.
Adjust it to that it would only be a residential and not be outpatient clinic?
Right.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Any other? Ms. Cuellar?
So I want to be very sensitive to the residents who have reached out to us because they fought really hard in 2004 and they're passionate about this, but I also think business models change. We have a zoning ordinance that permits as a medical facility for something similar without this condition. But having that said, if there is an opportunity to compromise, to reassure the residents and potentially add some additional conditions, my thinking today is if you would be open to a deferral in order to create that compromise. I want to be cautious on what we can actually put in as a condition without being discriminatory against violent offenders, sex offenders, and all that language to see if there is a possibility to compromise.
Yes, I'm open to that, especially the sex offender part, and that they have to, disclose that. And so it would be difficult. We do ask about legal issues and things like that, and obviously help with that when they come in. And if we find that they are inappropriate for our facility, we refer them out during the screening process. But I would be open to specifically the sex offender part and what the gentleman spoke about being an outpatient facility.
Well, Ms. Cuellar has suggested that you defer it. Is that acceptable? So you can work with and have that open forum with them?
Yes.
Public engagement is really important. You saw today how many people came out, and that's a vital part of this process. We want to ensure that all of the citizens, the civics groups, know what's happening in their neighborhood.
Yes.
You want to make that motion?
Yes. So
Any other questions before Ms. Cuellar makes a statement?
I don't think I have anything really to add. I would just say that the city of Virginia Beach is in vital need of the kind of program and services that your organization provides. And I concur with the need to go back to, the community to try to better engage the residents of that community.
All right, go ahead.
Well,
All right, Ms. Cuellar, go ahead.
I just want to say thank you. As a mother of a mental health counselor, I applaud your commitment to your field. So thank you for that. So at this time, I'd like to make a motion to defer agenda item number 5 for the modification of conditions.
For 30 days or indefinitely? What staff, your recommendation on that? Anybody?
30 days.
I would recommend doing indefinite. That
Okay.
way we don't say a date certain, then have to advertise if
doesn't
they haven't
happen.
had the chance
right.
to do the outreach.
I have a motion for an indefinite deferral.
Second.
Second by Mr. Plumley.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Cuellar, can you make that motion?
Oh, pardon
on your
me.
iPad? The vote is now open. Ms. Byler? Thank you. By a vote of 11-0, item number 5 has been indefinitely deferred.
Thank you. Hope you guys can work it out. Next item.
Item number 7 is Evergreen Virginia LLC. It's an application for modification of conditions at 240 and 248 North Lynn Haven Road and 2865 and 2893 Virginia Beach Boulevard in District 3.
All for and against, please come forward.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen of the Planning Commission, for the record, Billy Garrington here on behalf of the applicant. Applicant in this case is Evergreen, Virginia. Property known as 240, 248 North Lynn Haven Road. As most of y'all know, if you've been out to the site, Evergreen, Virginia is Checkered Flag Motor Company. You know their stores, you know their locations in Virginia Beach. The one that we have in front of you today now is the one that has been developed as a car lot since back in the early 70s. That's many years before there was ever a Lynn Haven Strategic Growth Area overlay. This property has been operated with 3 car dealerships upon it. Thanks to some of your hard work, 2 of those car dealerships are now going away. Jaguar went down to Virginia Beach Boulevard and North Kings Grant Road. Audi, which is still there now, is going to Virginia Beach Boulevard and Nelms Lane, both of which that you helped us get approved. So the request that you have in front of you today is to take this lot and redevelop it for only the Porsche dealership. So the Porsche will have their own location. They won't be sharing it with Jaguar and Audi any longer. In the staff write-up that you have in front of you, we have worked significantly with Marshall, and Marshall has been a pleasure to work with. There are 13 conditions that are in the staff write-up, and I wish we could tell you that we were in agreement with all of those and we could just go home, but we can't. But we are in total agreement with her conditions, and we thank her for working with us on this. And when we got here this morning and heard some of the talk in the informal session, there are some of the board members who have some concerns about the way the plan is laid out. This isn't just something that we willy-nilly came together and presented to you. There's been a lot of people and a lot of eyeballs that have been on this plan. From the people at Kimley Horn, the engineer working on it, from the people at Covington Hendricks, the architects who are designing the building for us, the people from Porsche Motor Company in Germany have had significant input as to how the building is laid out. And then lastly, but not least, is Steve Snyder. Mr. Snyder's been in the car business for 50-some years. They know when it comes to laying out a car lot, what works and what doesn't work as far as traffic flows. Customers, display area, getting people in and getting people out of the building, and especially when it comes to service department, because that's where your daily traffic comes from on a car dealership like this every day. So that plan that you have in front of you, that several people have looked at that, and this is what they want to try and come up with. We feel that this plan is much better than the plan that's there now, post-construction, because you're going to have significant landscaping on the property, interior and around the perimeter, that you don't have now. And as part of that Lynn Haven strategic growth area, to make it pedestrian friendly, you've got those two pedestrian areas that are going to be put out on the outer edges of the property with landscaping, benches, sidewalks, and all that run up and down Virginia Beach Boulevard. So we have tried the best we can to come up with a plan that your staff could come up with and recommend for approval, which they have, and that you could recommend and submit to the city council for approval also. And we think we have that. But I don't think everybody is in agreement with that, because there are 13 additional parking spaces on this site over and above the very minimum that you have to have. But again, you never know. You could have 200 extra cars come in one month, and the next month you could have none come in. So only being 13 over the minimum number of parking spaces that are required seems pretty reasonable to me. And lastly, Ms. Byler, we had spoke with you this morning about those 18 spaces in front of the dealership. My point is this: that area is going to be used for customer parking and employee parking, especially when it comes to customer parking, especially when we're talking about handicap spaces. If you put those handicap spaces beside the building or around where the service entrance is, now you're compelling people in a wheelchair to have to circumnavigate around the building to get into the front of the building where the showroom is. So the way it's laid out, we would like to have it approved like that, but that's just our wish. You have the final say on that. But again, we think that is a good layout for this property, and that's why we're bringing it forward to you today.
Ms. Byler, you got the final say.
No, definitely not. I'm merely one vote here. First off, thank you. And I certainly applaud the Snyder family for everything they do for Hampton Roads. I bought more cars than I can count from them, and not just cars, but they're wonderful members of the community. And their locations are always first class. But when we put in place, when the city put in place the Lynn Haven SGA, I get it, it's an aspiration, but how do we ever get there if we don't take steps? So the recommendations of the staff are to not require that checkered flag or evergreen, whatever it is, move the building up, which is huge. I mean, it's a huge concession on behalf of the city's recommendation. My problem is that that area up front should be green space or beautification or something which is the spirit of the SGA requirement, that between the building and the road, there should not be parking. I mean, if it's easier for you, just move the building up, then we don't have to have this discussion, and you can put those extra parking places in the back. But putting those parking places up front just screams car dealer instead of, this is a nice area to walk. Why don't you walk by here? And we're creating a sense of community, which I think is what the SGA is trying to do. I don't know where the entrances to the showrooms are, but in most of your other locations, the entrances are on the side, they're not in the front. So when you say you need those to be handicapped, I don't know that those up front are the closest to the actual entrance anyway. But I feel sure that there is room for handicap spots near an entrance without having it up front. So it's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
And agree, I'm not arguing with you. We've been just agreeing to disagree with you. And if this was a vacant site that we were just coming forward with, I would agree with you 100%. But this is redevelopment for something that's been there for almost 53 years. So again, we can just agree to disagree. Kyle, you got anything to add?
Hold on, Mr. Plumley, you said you might want to have from the informal?
Yeah, no, I wanted the applicant to have a chance to address exactly what Ms. Byler was bringing up at the informal, that we weren't, rushing to make decisions without hearing this. I mean, I've certainly taken into consideration the SGA, but as property rights are property rights, these are pre-existing. I'm not sure how you'd sell the cars if you don't have them parked out front for display, which makes the SGA somewhat in conflict with this existing use. And I take it, Mr. Garrington, you're saying you've made all the concessions that the applicant is able to make with the direction from the corporate out of Porsche and Germany and other input, that this is this is as much compromise that can be made. Is that
That's correct.
Fair?
And again, with the additional landscaping, we think we're going to have a much better product post-construction than you've got there now. Not to mention the economic impact of it, which economics never gets mentioned in this process, but economics plays a big part of it. You're looking at about a $6.5 to $7 million investment in a piece of property that they've been operating since the 1970s. That's huge.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Anybody else? Mr. Costin?
I thank you for your time, and I know y'all have had a tough day today.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate that you've already moved the building 13 feet, and I think I can live with where you are. There's not a whole bunch of traffic or homely feel on Virginia Beach Boulevard where it's 45 miles an hour. I've responded to calls in that area for years, and just the few people I see walking because they have to walk.
I thank you very much. Thank you, George.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you.
All right, we'll close it. And any discussions? Any motions? Mr. Costa, go ahead.
I move that we approve this agenda.
All right, I have a motion of Mr. Costin to approve and seconded by Mr. Horsley. Second.
The vote is now open. By a vote of 11-0, item number 7 has been recommended for approval.
All right, thank you for coming. And now we have our last one, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Our
Number
last
11?
item is agenda item number 11, Back Bay Boys, Inc., DBA Blue Pete's, an application for a conditional use permit for an assembly use, 1400 North Muddy Creek Road in District 2.
Everybody still awake? Thank you, Ms. Hippen. For the record, Eddie Burdon, Virginia Beach attorney, representing Blue Pete's. Mr. Nick Cleantes, who is the principal of Blue Pete's and a native and lifelong resident of Southern Virginia Beach, is here, as well as a few supporters who have hung out for the whole afternoon. Some had to leave. Earlier this morning, at the end of your informal, I provided you with a handout with a petition of support signed by 650 individuals with well over 50 letters of support and comments on the petition from them, as well as 2 letters that I penned to city staff during this more recent part of this 2.5-year odyssey, along with a copy of a December the 16th, 2022 email that I requested from and graciously received from Hannah Sabo, our former zoning administrator, as my client considered his options with the respect to circumstances that have evolved over the course of the last couple of years to deal with what is a bureaucratic change, not a legislative change, with no enactment of any ordinance or any engagement by the Restaurant Association or the public, based in whole on circumstances that have been begun and continue to exist with regard to one complaining person due to the ability to hear music played on the back deck at Blue Pete's. That's what started this, and I was retained. Kevin Hirschberger, who was the longtime zoning inspector for the city, who just retired last year, got this complaint, and he and I spoke. He absolutely is aware of and remembered clearly that music on the back deck at Blue Pete's has been going on since the 1970s. I know that. I was there. Weddings and wedding receptions at Blue Pete's have been going on since the 1970s. After that, we had a number of meetings and discussions with city staff, the planning director, who's no longer here, and the zoning administrator, who's no longer here, and the representatives of the police department concerning some true special events, which Blue Pete's was having to raise and have had for the 11, 12 years that Nick has owned Blue Pete's, the Autism Society, and a list of charities that's in my application that they have done fundraisers for. They did only do 4 per year of real events, as I characterize them, that meet these what has been the city's definition of a special event, and got special event permits for those. And one of the things that came up was they were having just those events, not dinner at night, but some of them did create a little bit of a parking traffic problem, and that was one of the main things that we discussed. But what also was discussed was this new idea that a eating and drinking establishment, a restaurant, could only put on its social media, or any other form of media for that matter, that they were providing musical entertainment, with dining or with dinner, something of that nature. But you couldn't put the name of the individual or the duo, whatever that was providing that entertainment. You couldn't put it on your social media account. And we obviously thought that was a little over the top for something to just be determined, bureaucratically. But Nick, being a team player and just wanting to try to get along, said, "All right, well, I'll agree that I won't put it on my social media that XYZ is going to be there, during dinner from 5 to 9 or 5 to 10 on Friday or Saturday night." And then that's what we went forward with. And a number of months later, one of his staff people made the mistake of putting it back on one Saturday night, and somebody with the city saw that and contacted it, and that was what led to this violation that's been pumped up as this big criminal violation. That case has been continued while we just, first decided whether to pursue this route or judicial route. Again, Nick said, let's go this route because of conversations that are reflected in the letter that I provided you all this morning and the email from Ms. Sabo, which I hope all of you have a chance to take a look at and read, which defines what then was considered to be a special event anyway. And so that's where we find ourselves. We had to go through this process. The stormwater has been evaluated. No, we can meet all the stormwater requirements with the extra gravel that was put down in the parking lot to solve the problem with not having people have to park off-site for special events. We haven't had any special events either while this whole thing has been pending, just to make that very clear. But the violation was to put the name of a musical performer on the website. Not been a problem in the past, and I'll get into that a little bit more, but that's the extent of this. Nick will be speaking. Nick will acknowledge, no argument that he, expanded the parking lot, put some more gravel down to try to make sure no one got stuck out in the street if they, in the future, have a special event. This morning, at the presentation you all heard, this Blue Pete's was referred to as an event venue. Well, unless you define eating and drinking facilities that put the name of their pianist or their guitarist or their singer or their duo or trio on social media, like Il Giardino's, Imperial Palace, Mangiaqui, Little Old Haven Fish House, Hot Tuna on Shore Drive, and many other places on Shore Drive, and others that are listed in my one of my letters. Unless you call those event venues, then you don't call this an event venue. If you also, according to the new determination, if you have a wedding or a rehearsal dinner or a reception, or you have a retirement party, or you have an anniversary party at your restaurant, those are events too. This event definition keeps expanding and expanding and expanding. Nick's run a restaurant just like other people in the city run restaurants and continue to run restaurants. That idea that they're event venues simply because they put the name of, back in when I was younger, it had Louis McGee, Dave Carter, the Mad Hatter, and others that my memory, I can't remember them all, who performed and did, at dinner and music at restaurants. And they were advertised not on social media because we didn't have any, but they advertised in newspaper, on radio, and the restaurants would have stuff outside like Hot Tuna still has today, that says who's going to be there playing. So and there are many, many more. Think of New Realms. Think of tons. People that have indoor or outdoor musical entertainment. And all of a sudden that becomes one of your 4 special events. Nick and his restaurant, in 11 plus years he's owned it. He's paid almost $1 million in meal taxes to the city of Virginia Beach. He has paid over $2 million city and state combined in meal taxes. He's raised over $300,000 for local charities with true special events that were properly permitted and held without issue. He employs 75 to 90 people. Many are part-time, typically and Friday and Saturday during good weather months, 24 to 30 people working there. Winter, when it's colder, 14 to 18. And if there's a true special event with a permit, which he hasn't had for the last, over the last year, 30, 35 people. This application and staff's conclusion that the applicant is requesting to further intensify the use of this site through the approval of a CUP for an assembly use. We were told to do this, and in making the decision to try to do this, to be cooperative, what the city told us their position would be flipped 180 degrees. So all that we're really after, and I did in one of the letters suggest that since we're going through this process, and since we're doing such good for the community, maybe we could have a few more special events, real special events. But the 96 events is just operating as they've operated for 11 years, and as other restaurants have operated, and this one has operated for longer than 11 years, but not with Nick's ownership. This putting a name on a social media as advertising, it's legislative. It's not legislative. It's just bureaucratic fiat, because one person continues to complain that he can hear noise, and that one person moved here 46 years after, moved to Southern Virginia Beach 46 years after Blue Pete's began operation. And I'll have probably more to say about that later. But this is really I believe, a true legal dumpster fire. This needs to be deferred. This matter needs to involve legislation, change to the ordinance. There needs to be the Restaurant Association engaged in it. They actually told Nick that they were going to be here today, and this thing took so long. Maybe they decided not to come down, but they are very engaged in the idea that we are simply changing the way they can do business without any comment from them, any public participation, and most importantly, without any legislation whatsoever. And that's what this is all about. That is all this is about when it comes down to it. And Elizabeth, properly this morning, I agree with the fact she said that this is just about whether they can, essentially it is. These other issues, the parking lot can be handled, the stormwater has been evaluated, but then that's not the part of any criminal complaint either. But that's and there's no ongoing violation either. But that's what this is all about. Is it okay for a zoning administrator to simply decide after all these years of the way businesses have operated to say, well, no longer can you put the name of the person who's going to be playing the piano during dinner on any of your social media? I'm sorry, but that's just not the way, it's not the way the system should work. And that's my suggestion. These conditions are not acceptable the way they're written. If you look at what we were, again, and I'm not holding anybody's feet to the fire, the conditions that were in Hannah's email that she was nice enough to send back in December of last year. But that was why we decided to go this route, and we still think that this was the right route to go, to get this before the public, get this before you guys, and you all are the ones. That's one of the reasons why we have a planning commission, is to bring together the stakeholders and people involved and decide what legislation makes sense, or if legislation is even needed in order to change the way restaurants, eating and drinking establishments have operated for 50 years in Virginia Beach or longer. Be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Plumlee?
Is there a request to defer this? Are you making a request to defer this today? I just want to be clear, because you brought it up, and I.
Well, I think that's the right. I mean, to save, not only to save time, but to do it the right way. I think that's what should happen today. Okay, that is 100% what I believe should happen today.
Well, I'm personally supportive of a deferral simply because of what was brought up this morning at the informal. We've covered a lot of material. I think there's some complex issues here that have to be pulled apart and examined, and if the applicant is willing to defer it, I would support a motion for that.
All right, I got a couple of people. Hippen, go ahead, and then Parks.
Okay, so yes, there was a lot of discussion about the shows and stuff. I mean, the wing place at Kempsville and Centerville down the street from me does the same thing. So there is, we agree with you, yeah. However, my concern, okay, and I did a site visit, and like I said in the informal hearing, I thought that he and his wife he seemed like he was a little bit on edge with us being there. So obviously this one neighbor being a pain in the, has ruffled feathers, and that's you, okay, all right, okay. Okay, my apologies. Well, to him, you're a PETA, not to other people, okay? That's the way it seemed to me that it was presented. But my concern was the fact that the parking lot has been expanded and changes have, you just said, he acknowledges that he cut down some trees.
I'm looking because I can't. I don't hear the.
You can't hear?
Statistics are really bad up here. You can hear great back there.
I used to be able to yell from Hangar Bay 3 to Hangar Bay 1, so I'm really surprised you can't hear me.
I can hear you better without the feedback from the microphone.
Okay, here's what I'll do. Okay, so my concerns, once we started talking about how you advertise, or if it's supposed to be, or special conditioning, my concerns were the things that were done without permits. That's my concern, okay? I apologize to you, sir. I was just joking, okay? But in what I got feedback when I was on the visit, it seems like there's something going on here with you too. Okay, my question, okay, then you know what? That substantiates the next question that I had. How much interaction has he had with the neighbors to resolve this issue?
Right, just to be, and Nick is here, and he would like to speak. I mean, he's signed up to speak. He'll be happy to address that question. I want to, yeah. And again, there's no. I'm not standing here to say that it is okay that he, as a lot of business people do, there's a problem, solve the problem. And so, but understand this is an ag, B4 and ag property. The trees that were taken down are on his property, ag property, not in the southern watershed buffer. He has every legal right to take the tree down. There's nothing, no violation of anything in doing that. And adding the gravel was done for a good purpose, should have got a permit. The issue of what it may do for stormwater has been addressed through this process that we've been going through. And there is the need, and he's perfectly willing to do it, to possibly do something between the long existing parking lot and the water to make sure that no silt or gravel or anything goes in it. So that, I mean, your point there, we have no argument with at all. This morning, the idea that was, unfortunately, they didn't hear the question right, that there was an ongoing violation, that's absolutely not the case. And there hasn't been an ongoing violation. But not now, because I think staff understands that this situation, in other words, there's no legal action pending. They know this situation is not about the parking lot. It's not a part of any legal action. Okay. It's easily rectified. And that's another reason why we went through this process to get that issue, other than we'll need to do a site plan and do some, buffer between the old parking lot, which is between the new and the water. Okay.
So then the legal action is because of the dispute with him and the neighbor.
The legal action solely because they put the name of a performer on social media a number of months after. Through these meetings, we said we'll comply with your edict, and we won't put that on there. And they then, when they saw that when it had been put on there, they said we're gonna bring this to court. And so we said our mistake, but we knew all along that was extremely questionable. But we went along with it, and then after more consultation with Ms. Sabo and Mr. DeHaan, and that's reflected again in the email she sent to me that I provided to you all with my letter to Elizabeth. Everybody said, look, just if you want to just be able to put that name on there like you've been doing, go for this use permit. Okay. And in the conversation, I said, well, and Nick said, well, am I better off going to court? I said, well, and I said, what I'm saying today, this should be something that is legislated. It shouldn't be something that comes down from a zoning administrator, because there's nothing in our ordinances that has changed. There's nothing in the ordinances that say this. Okay. It's changing the way things have been done in Virginia Beach for as long as I've been here. I've been here my whole life. Okay. So we made a calculated decision to go in this direction and to try to get everything resolved and doing it this way. And that's the way we think we made the right decision, rather than running off to court and saying, Judge, there's nothing been legislated here to change this. It's overreach. And there's nothing in the ordinances that said we can't do this. Okay, it doesn't say we can't do it, and everybody's been doing it for all these years. So you put those two together, that's why there needs to be what I've already suggested, legislation.
All right, Mr. Parks.
Yeah, I want to just kind of echo what Brian was saying. I think the deferral is the right thing until we can get it all worked out. I apologize that you guys are kind of the guinea pig to figure it out, but I think moving forward, it does need to be clearly spelled out so that we don't continue to run into this issue and it's not solved at a case-by-case kind of, it seems like that's what a lot of it's been today. So we don't want to keep going that pattern of case-by-case.
Right. And it also involves what existing businesses have the right to do versus, what new businesses may have to live under, which is the typical way these things go when you legislate rather than pass out edicts.
All right. I have a question, unless anyone else does, but I think if you could stay right there, Mr. Burdon, I think it's going to be directed towards city staff, and I don't know who's going to answer it, but I just want to do a scenario. I've been to Blue Pete's. I've been there with the music. So outside, they have outside seating. So if they have a band or acoustic, am I hearing they're not allowed to have it in the back with the seating area that they have? In the back, they have
They're not saying that. No, they're saying during dinner, we can have entertainment on the back deck by band or acoustic, whatever, but we can't put the name on social media. All we can put on social media is musical entertainment will be provided or something to that effect. That's the, the ants on the top of a pinhead that we're talking about here.
Well, that's why I'm asking. I mean, I have a vested interest in this issue too, and I've actually done 2 events at Blue Pete's. I'm going to admit it. So,
Well, my understanding when we did the site visit was that the music was not to be outside, it was to be inside.
but we advertise. That's the problem.
No, it wasn't about advertising. Advertising was a question, but it was about where the music was, inside or outside. Was what I understood. So maybe they can tell us.
If you look at Ms. Sabo's email, I mean there's once we went through the first meetings, they absolutely agreed we could have, as it has had for all these years, music in or out on the back deck or inside, so long as it was just music during the hours that I put in there from 5 to 10. That's it. Then special events are a totally different animal, and they're regulated and all that. And we're not trying to change any of that. We're not asking. I did when we decided to go this direction. Said, well, let's see if we can get a few extra special events because, again, that's what staff at that point said that they were open to that. That's no longer the case.
All right. So we have a suggestion to defer it.
Is there a specific time for deferral?
Well, I just want to, no, I don't think we have to, no. The answer is no, but I've got a lot of people here, and I know Mr.
Well, if we defer it, we're not going to hear it.
Okay.
I just didn't want to keep us here if there are things that could be worked out with a deferral, and I didn't bring up a deferral. I mean, I'm responding to the request.
I think the deferral has to be with specific direction to bring back, what needs to happen is the Restaurant Association needs to be brought into it. In my view, there ought to be legislation. And I'll leave it at that. And if you all believe that, I think that you all in your position need to make that request. I'm not in a position other than to advocate for it. That's what needs to happen. But the answer is we're open to whatever time it takes, but because that's the only way to get this thing resolved other than litigation.
I'm not sure how we do a conditioned deferral. I'm looking to do a deferral if that's the request. If it's not, then we should have the hearing and make a decision. No. I have my own thoughts about the determination, but I'm not sure how we make direction through the deferral request. I go ahead, Kay.
Okay. I didn't to interrupt. Okay, we would like a deferral. I would suggest that deferral be till January meeting. Just my own thought. If we are going to change the ordinance, and I think I agree with Mr. Bourdon, that we need to study the issue. We need to change not only this ordinance, but the one on special events. But we need to look at this more carefully. I agree with that. So if we're going to do that, I think January, because we're heading into that season.
I appreciate that.
I'm thrilled to hear you say that. I started to say I thought you would agree with me on this, so I'm glad that I didn't.
All right. Then I'd like to move to defer to January.
One minute. We do have speakers, so we would need to hear.
I was going to ask for objections.
Okay, yeah, we still
do
need to give them the opportunity to speak.
I got you.
So I have a motion. Do I have any objections to this deferral? Sir, would you like to say something? But you got to come forward.
Just to not say anything.
Well, I'm giving you the chance. If you can come forward and state your name, Mr. Bourdon, to give him a few minutes.
Mark Michelson, followed by Chris Wadwitz.
Sir, the question is, do you object to deferring it? That's what I'm
Yes.
asking you. Okay. I'll give you a few minutes, and then I got to move on.
We lived in Virginia Beach for 35 years, over 35 years. 7 years ago, we moved 11 miles down the road. Blue Peach is old with no upgrade systems. 2 small bathrooms, old septic well with occupancy rating of 191. Septic systems dictate occupancy rating. No maintenance records for systems exist. Depth of the well is unknown. Currently, wells require a minimum of 60 feet due to the byproducts from hog farms seeping into the aquifer. August 23, Blue Peach tested positive for coliform bacteria. Conventional septic systems have no pretreatment before wastewater reaches the drain field. The 2 bathrooms are often out of service. It is required to have bathrooms in working order to remain open. Porta potties are not a solution or allowed to remain on the property. Within the parking lot is the septic holding tank and drain field. The drain field mound is gone, indicating insufficient drainage depth for wastewater. The well, septic systems are not monitored by the health department, city, or no records when sludge was pumped out of the septic system's been compromised, or we don't know if it's been compromised. There's no records. I do not endorse self-monitoring of business water septic systems. We are poisoned by Camp Lejeune drinking water. I was one of them. Blue Peach has built illegal structures without permits, displacing water in our flood zone. Outdoor performance events continue with no permit. They haven't complied with the July 22nd, 2022 cease and desist order. That was by the city. Special events application process has traffic plans and important info for safety of general public and community. The Blue Peach themselves on this application, they lied. They are proven untrustworthy. The building property can't support events. Blue Peach Systems can't support more than 191 people. The city road can't handle the traffic. Zoning laws, codes of ordinance, and their intent do not correspond with and they contradict with an AG2, B4, and AE flood zone. They are operating as a nightclub, entertainment venue, recreation, amusement facility, marina, greenhouse, and nursery with no permit. Signs posted say no parking on the road. They should read no parking. At the live show, one vehicle was in the ditch sideways. At a Bach to Rock event, children of high school middle ages were outside performing while flooded, no permit. Codes of ordinances states special events permits are required for outdoor events or other musical entertainment offering live or recorded music for public or private audience and other than an fully enclosed building. That's quote. That's right out of the codes and ordinance. Outdoor music entertainment or special events require a permit. Having witnessed the noise and mayhem, Blue Peach should be charged with maintaining the common nuisance and disorderly business. To be compliant, bring the live music inside the restaurant. If outside, submit a special events permit using one of the 4 events already authorized. Appeasing and enable bad actors will create a community city you allow, which is chaotic and nobody wants to live in except those who thrive in it.
Thank you, sir. All right, so what we're going to do now, we've talked to the applicant. You've made a motion. I need a second. Second by Ms. Hippen. To defer it indefinitely?
Who made the second one more time?
The defer to January, I think, was.
January?
I would recommend, it can be the intention, similar to the previous
I see.
deferrals that we do
Okay.
indefinite, with the intention of coming
I'm
back.
fine with that change. Thank you. Thank you.
The vote is now open.
And I do recommend everybody come back and show due respect to one another. Thank you.
I also suggested that you and your neighbor figure out something.
Yeah,
No.
Okay.
It's,
we do have other speakers.
No. We gave the applicant a chance. They asked for a deferral. We gave him so.
Okay, can you weigh in? I think we do need to let the speakers who signed up speak.
After deferring?
Can I read this into the record really quickly? Five. Should I read the deferral into the record really quick before we hear the
Yes.
speakers? Okay. By a vote of 11 to 0, item number of 11 has been recommended for indefinite deferral. Chris Wadwitz, followed by Christina Monaco.
How you doing,
Yes,
sir?
my name is Chris Watovitz, and I'm here to speak in support of a conditional use permit if one is actually needed. I just found out about this last night. I've known Nick for many years, and after hearing what Eddie Bourdon said, it actually kind of relates to some of the stuff I want to talk about. There's some of the, I just saw when we were meeting earlier, some of the conditions on this conditional use permit, and some of them just actually didn't make sense. Related to this gentleman over here who just spoke, there's a scene from My Cousin Vinny where the lawyer goes up to the bench and he says, everything that man said right there is you know what, and that's exactly what it is. I don't know what his problem is. Never met him before in my life. Sorry, it's got me a little bit upset, but I see an attack on an individual who tries to provide for the community, who provides jobs for people who depend on those jobs, who through the COVID crisis, when many restaurants shut down, he made sure that his employees were gainfully employed so they could pay their bills, who made sure on his own money raised the floors in Blue Pete so it wouldn't flood so he could keep those people employed during the shutdown of COVID. To have someone come out and attack him is, to me, unacceptable. And I had a lot of things I wanted to write about, but this kind of threw me off guard. Because I think what he said is over the top. I read the zoning ordinances last night. I could tell you right off the bat that what he said about it being a nightclub, it doesn't even fit the legal definition. This man does not even know what he's talking about. So I don't even know why he even gets a voice. But anyway, I wanted to say that Blue Pete's, from what I know of Nick and that organization, he employs people and he treats his staff like family. That's why there's so many of them here tonight or today. He makes sure that he runs a restaurant, he runs it well. He wants to survive. In this modern day, in taxes and regulatory constraints, it's killing small business. We're supposed to be a community of a lifetime, and yet we have regulations that are constantly piling on that make it almost impossible for a small business owner in Virginia Beach to continue growing and continue supporting the community. I got infuriated when I read how Blue Pete's was being treated through the planning department. It almost as if when reading the comprehensive plan, they were upset that Blue Pete's has a B4 designation. My gosh, they are surrounded by Ag 2. It should be a rural community. We should encourage agriculture out there. But unfortunately, Blue Pete's has been there since 1963. And they have been an icon for the community. A lot of the folks who work there live, and generations have lived in that area and have gone to Blue Pete's. They love Blue Pete's. The reason why they love Blue Pete's is because it is the local secret. It's off the beaten path. Maybe folks don't want to go to Town Center or go to the ocean front to go to a restaurant. They want to go off the beaten path. So I like to argue that that designation of B4 is surrounded by AG2 is actually a benefit for the city of Virginia Beach because it creates a unique situation where folks aren't going to the strip to go to a restaurant. In fact, the first time I ever went there, I was wondering if I had the directions correct because I was going off the beaten path, and here was a restaurant, and it was nice. I loved going out to the rural communities to a rural restaurant.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Another speaker, is that right?
Christina Monaco, followed by Becca Banta. Oh, no? Okay.
Oh, we're changing the rules again.
Well, no, we don't. The supporters don't need to waste everybody's time saying what we just heard and things like that. I mean, if we need to, we'll be back. But hopefully, with this process, we'll get a legislative solution.
All right, Mr. Don, thank you.
We don't need to extend this.
No, we're closed. Meeting is adjourned.